All right, well, welcome.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Aloha kakahiaka.
La Elua, day number 2 of the Hui backdoor shootout. Kaipo Girl, along with Rocky Cannon. And Rocky, what's it look like out there?
Wow, the conditions are mean because two ways, both ways, lefts, rights, inside out, barrels top to bottom, gonna be mean.
Yeah, hot surfing action coming at you. Thank you for dialing in and tuning in. And remember, tell all your friends, check it out on immersetv.com. We see Cora Rothman. He's going to be in this first heat along with Mason Ho, Tori Meister, Gavin Beshin, and Danny Fuller. So stand by for an outstanding day of Hawaiian surfing.
Yeah, we've been standing by the last, week now. Yeah, it was last Tuesday. I
Yeah.
think we had, or it was last Wednesday. So we've been standing by for 6 days solid every morning. And the waves, the winds just not cooperating. You know, it was contestable on some days, but the Hui backdoor shootout has a separate standard than most events, more in line with the Eddie Aikau type of standard where we want pipeline and backdoor perfection, near perfect. And this morning, when pipeline is already doing its thing at 7:30 in the morning without that morning sickness, you know she's going to be firing all day.
Yeah, should be good all day. We have southwest winds, perhaps south winds, which should be work out great for here. Variable right now, barely a puff of wind at
Yeah.
all. As we see some live action,
Ooh.
drainage, just an example of what we're going to see for the rest of the day today.
Yeah, we still got about 20 guys in the lineup. We're trying to clear the water. There's J.O.B. He'll be coming up, and he just got a filthy backdoor wave. So that is just a preview of what's to come for today. A small dose right there of some mean action. Yeah, coming up.
Round number 2, we're going to have 40-minute heats, so we're looking forward to that. And then, of course, as Rocky alluded to, a little bit different premier surf competition, but really free-flowing, and we go to a scale of 12
Yeah.
in this competition. So you can earn beyond the 10. So we have excellent rides, and then I guess we have extremely excellent rides.
Super excellent,
Super
extremely
excellent.
excellent. Freaking nuts category we talked about.
Super nuts.
I think we're going to have some freaking nuts ones today with the caliber of competitors that are here. The style and the format of the event only promotes that possibility for the high percentage possibility for some amazing rides. You're going to see, historical pipe and backdoor surfing going down today. Like some of the best in the entire world, bar none, are going to be competing today. Just looking over our shoulder at the beautiful view we have here thanks to Volcom and the Volcom house. It is just watching wave after wave. Guys are getting spit out.
Yeah, as you see on the beach, Jamie O'Brien, he's going to be coming up a little bit later, and looks like Zach Noyle going to be going out there, one of our premier water photographers.
J.O.B. rocking the pueo.
And he's got his good luck owl. Oh, yeah, today also we're going to do it, Rocky. We're going to do Pidgin and Olelo, Hawaii. Pidgin and Hawaiian translations today. So the first one of the day, pueo, that is the Hawaiian word for owl.
The owl. The native white owl.
That's right.
See them flying nighttime, sometimes on the road. I've got a interesting story from a lifeguard buddy of mine from the mainland, but a spiritual guy, moved to Hawaii with a lot of respect, a lot of appreciation. Of course, doing the work of a lifeguard takes a lot of dedication and almost volunteering. So he came and accidentally coming home one night right on the bypass road down through Haleiwa about midnight, accidentally ran over, struck an owl that was standing in the road.
Oh, no.
Struck it, went, oh my God, what do I do? Kept driving, and about got almost to Chun's or almost to Laniakea. Felt so bad, wasn't sure what to do. He turned around. This is midnight. Drove back to the owl, picked it up, put it in his truck. It was make. Took it home, plucked the he was so spiritual. He thought that, I don't like getting no bad jujus or nothing, bad mana.
He had to eat them.
So he ate them. He ate the owl.
For real?
I'm 100% serious.
Wow, he did not want to waste the pueo. didn't want any bad mana, so he ingested the mana from the pueo and ate them.
Baked it at 450 for about. I'm serious. Plucked the feathers.
Baked them. All right.
Baked it in the oven like you would a small chicken or turkey. He said it was
Might be a little gamey, I think.
gamey, a little rubbery.
Yeah.
But did the best he could do. And I had to extend some appreciation for that.
That's pretty heavy. I bet you it was gamey because owls, as we know, are carnivores, right? So they're not
Oh, yeah.
grass-fed or grain-fed. They're eating straight rats and stuff.
Yeah.
Other little birds.
Baby mongoose.
All right. So we're just waiting. Did the horn sound? I don't think so, but I see A-frames left and right coming through. We're gonna.
So that's your first mo'olelo of the pueo.
All right. And your next translation, mo'olelo is like a legend, or a story.
Fable, if you will.
Fable, if you will. So,
But that actually was a true story.
Yeah.
But just or some knowledge, talking story.
Oh, we're 1 minute from the start, and that's what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be Vala'au, talking story over the mic, Kaipo Girl, along with Rocky Cannon, and it's going to be a good day, too, here at the Hui Backdoor
Yeah,
Shootout.
to those of you joining us on immersedtv.com and on explore.org/waves, we welcome you and thank you. And for those text messages and comments that we've got after broadcast day number 1, we mahalo you for that, too. We like to be here giving you guys the play-by-play, injecting some of our local culture,
Yep.
our local even comedic times.
That's right.
Because I think, it's fun to be loosey-goosey.
And, we're open for them, so if you got either of our numbers and you want to, text us some suggestions, whatever, blow it up. We don't care.
Yeah, some talking topics.
Top topics. We might be reaching out for you guys, the viewing audience, also for some clarification on some facts maybe a little bit later, but we'll see. I think we got a lot of exciting announcements today. Big day. We're going to get into some of the current Hawaii news a little bit later after we get started. There's Poopygrams,
Yep.
JLB's right-hand man. He look at.
See, he's on the right side.
You make 5 years of episodes, you get your own sponsors going now. Look at
Yeah.
the guy's board.
And we are officially underway with heat number 1 of round 2 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. Day number 2, round 2. And it was Gavin Beshin from round 1 with that 9.33 for a great score over at Off the Wall, actually, that day.
Yeah, so we had to utilize this kind of whole lineup for day number 1. And Gavin coming out with the highest score so far. So he's on top of the leaderboard. We're going to see. I think things are going to may change today because we have a lot more equal opportunity for all the surfers, as we see illustrated right here. Cora Rothman, pipeline, double hand drag in the barrel. Comes out just to open it up.
Yep, start the scale, get the judges warmed up, get himself warmed up. Here we go on the outside. That looks like that is Gavin Beshin.
And
Just a big drop and a kick out.
yeah, a little shouldery for Gav.
Wow, there are some drainers on the first reef as you're watching right there live on the camera. We've got a few different angles. Mahalo to the crew, the Waterman League crew, and all of the staff that are involved with the production and running this on Immersed TV
Yeah.
and on explore.org. Hawaiian Water Patrol, mahalo for your water safety expertise. Going to be very utilized as it is every day, but especially on days like today where you got guys really going for it. Super shallow reef today, draining, and those morning bowls just seem, surfers sometimes are still getting their warm-ups, a little backwashy, can be dangerous.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a high tide this morning as well, as we see dropping in and pulling in.
And coming out, holy moly.
That was a non-competitive. That was somebody getting a free one right there, Rocky.
If we can cue up the replay, I think Water Patrol was a little disheartened by that and tried to give him the chandelier with the ying ying.
I'd like to get the replay so we can get an ID. That was cleverly done right there.
Yeah, right underneath.
Stealing one at the
Right there,
backdoor
see?
shop.
Right in the beginning, classic. That was his wave to exit the area, I guess. He had to do it in style.
What a way to do it.
Every once in a while on these wide shots, you might see a big splash out the back. It is humpback whale season. Kohola, the Hawaiian word for the humpback whale. And beautiful glassy conditions make for optimal viewing of those whales as they come through Hawaii.
Yeah. So what are they doing? They have their little calves with them right now.
They have calves. Right? It's kind of everything to do with family and reproduction. So they are mating. Some of them. They are.
So they're having fun too.
They are giving birth and they are nursing calves.
Here we go. Tori Meister up, backdoor barrel. Gets in there, gets out. No problem for T. Meister.
Yeah, he had a good day, number one. He had a couple of scores in the 8-point range, one into the mid-8s. That was an excellent ride. Not the biggest wave the other day, but super hollow and stayed in there for a long time as he just gets a similar warm-up wave to that of Koa Rothman. Just getting a drop in, getting the feel for the tube, make one. You know, it's kind of like those quarterbacks last night during the national championships. You know, you hit a couple of short passes to get comfortable, and then you go deep.
Yeah, and just a nice warm-up. But what a way to warm up. I mean, both Koa's wave as well as Tori's wave, for most mortal human being surfers around the world, either of those waves would have been their wave of the day, the week, the month,
the life,
the year, the life.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many surfers around the world nowadays of all different locations and levels. But it's something about surfing here that, you know, you could rip your home break in Virginia Beach, or you can shred, you know, your break in Central Florida, you know, during a hurricane swell, or even somewhere in California. But you step up here to Pipeline, and it's for sure kind of a whole nother world.
It's humbling. What it is you can be the hot shot anywhere, your home break, and then you're going to see guys like this, Gavin Beshen, just getting piped.
On waves that you make one mistake and it could be very, very sore. A very hard mistake could be learned here at Pipe. Just waves are going off everywhere right now. We got Pipe, we got backdoor. Most of the crowd is paddled to off the wall. We've got waves at Gums where somebody just got absolutely throated. So if you guys are watching on Immersed TV and you got the day off, watch for a little while. But you might want to make a trip out to the North Shore and try to get a couple barrels yourself.
Funny you say that, Rock, because I just got a text on my phone from my buddy at his little spot, kind of undercover, and telling me, guess what? It's good right now. So we're working today, and now I know that one of my favorite little lefts is really good right now.
You know, when the winds do this throughout the year, I mean, we have 85% of the year trade winds. Yep. So majority of the year, it blows just right for the 7-mile miracle of the North Shore between Haleiwa and Turtle Bay. You'll have side offshore winds. Go around the corner, Kahuku already onshore, all the way down. Go down to Wailua, past there, all onshore. But when you have days like this where there's no wind, the North Shore becomes the 32-mile miracle,
right? Where
you have from Kaena Point all the way around, if the swell's big enough, around to, you know, Punalu'u and Ka'ava. So, you know, that 7 miles, when the winds turn like this, it's a magical time.
It really is. And it spreads all the people out. It spreads the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
It turns on those, like, weird little quirky waves where you can get it to yourself with just your friends. Mason Ho.
Oh. Throaty, deep.
Love it. Now, we saw Mason come into the water. He had a trippy little board. The thing must have been like 5'6", I bet.
Yeah.
Usually riding some longer equipment.
I know, but I thought it was on Brooklyn board when I seen him on the screen because it was only showing him from like shoulders down.
Let's take a look at this. It's almost like a fireball fish kind of design. Check it out, Mason Ho.
Yeah, kind of Tom Curran action. But look at that. Deep, slow-mo, love it, claiming it. Knew he was going to make it out, and then clean kick out for Mason Ho. That's going to be a a decent score. They're not going to throw out the big ones yet because there's still a lot of really good waves out there. When the sets come, there's some big scores.
Yeah, and talk about the clean conditions. I think that allowed Mason to ride that board, little smaller board, and it utilizes these weird kind of belly channels in it. So typically, if you had any kind of wind or anything on top of the wave surface, channels might get quirky, but in this condition,
Smoothness.
that's like you're locking into the track with those belly channels.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Hawaiian Water Patrol tent going up.
Boys getting situated. Got a couple of skis in the water already, and the beach crew using the ATV to get the equipment down from the parking lot.
The big monkey graphic on the side of the tent.
It's hard to see it from here, but it is the sunbum gorilla
Oh, that's what it is.
or grape ape. There's Hawaiian Water Patrol. Pomai Ho'opili at the helm with looks like one of the water photographers. Maybe Zach Noyle going to get dropped into the position.
So we're just into it. Heat 1, round number 2, the Hui backdoor shootout. There's the boys. They're going to be setting up camp for today. The Hawaiian Water Patrol looks like Big Red's down there. Mikey O'Shaughnessy.
Lending a hand.
Oh, look at this guy, Mason, digging.
Oh, backdoor. He's deep, still going, and just gets crumbled on the end. It was fanned outwards a little bit. We call that the clamshell, and was not able to find the exit. He's got the right idea, though. In that spot where he's taking off, you're backdooring it, literally at backdoor. So you're taking off behind the main peak and attacking it that way. That's how you get deep.
Yeah, and he was really gone in that traveling. And like you said, Rocky, just unfortunately at the end, collapsed on him.
Had it stayed open like his previous wave, that right there was all the wave. Mason did everything right, did everything he could do. Had it stayed open like his last ride, he would have been flying out with a bigger score. Gotta say mahalo to Dahui Ohe'enalu for 40 years of existence, and starting here on the North Shore to protect the surf, protect the waves, protect the beaches, and the surf breaks. And now into doing beach cleanups, doing still meeting as a club to do community events. The Hui paddleboard race that you and I are at every year. This event is so great for local surfing, and 20 years of this event.
20 years of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. We're celebrating in conjunction with 40 years of the Hui Ohe'enalu. They just had a great beach cleanup on last Saturday. See Carlos Munoz walking up the beach with a full head of hair. Pura Vida, our Costa Rican friend. He's probably staying somewhere around here in the Volcom house. We took over someone's bedroom here.
Yeah, I saw him here this morning.
Yeah.
Here.
It's like, you guys kicked me out of the bedroom. The waves are good. I'm going to go surf.
Yeah, he was all G. He was jazzed to get in the water.
And
As he always is.
I love to see that. I love to see how global surfing is becoming.
Yeah.
And especially when you look at places like South America, Central America, through to Costa Rica, it's definitely developing as a nation,
Yeah.
We already know the stamp that the Brazilians put on it already. That's pretty obvious.
South America,
there's
Brazil, and then there's South America, to me, because Brazil is just so big physically and then so populated, and they have so many great surfers, and they've been doing it for a long time. Then you start to see, sparks of brilliance from Peru, from Chile, and those kinds of countries, and then you move up into, Costa Rica and the Central American, and it's going to be only a matter of time before we see somebody from that little zone right there onto the World Championship Tour.
Yeah, I agree with you. And as you can see, again, we're going to explain that this contest, the Hui Backdoor Shootout, we don't have any of the colored jerseys. The surfers can wear their own sponsor gear. They can just go bareback if they like or whatever. And,
Yeah.
so it makes for the images that we capture here during the competition days are, to me, much more inviting without having all the colored jerseys on.
And the shootout used to use colored jerseys and had adopted that more traditional contest format, but in the last few years, with the entry fees and it's not cheap to enter this event. I mean, the companies do throw down a good amount. They kind of had a say also with like, hey, it would be nice if we could, for all that, at least get some great photos with our logo printed up on it. So it was a great idea to have the jerseys done away with, and it makes more sense for everybody and sets the shootout even that much more apart.
Yeah, I agree. A little harder job on the spotter, but the thing is,
only one guy's got to be on it, like totally.
Yeah.
It only changes one guy's job for the
we
day.
all kind of know people's styles,
Oh,
and
yeah.
their stances and everything, so we can pretty much figure out without the color who's surfing. It's
Yeah.
not really super rocket science for us.
Yeah, it's very experienced eyes all around. You and I can tell the judges have seen these guys surf for many years, and can decipher the styles, the board colors, this and that. So it's really cool that they're able to just sport their own gear or paddle out however you'd like. I heard one Hawaiian say he was going to sport the malo, but I never see him yet.
I would love to see that happen.
Right there on Hawaiian who can probably sport them, but
Yeah.
a kikes. He was in the stand-up paddle surf division. We had back on day number 1. When you talk about surfing going global, and you're exactly right, but how about just the concept, something related to surfing, but stand-up paddleboarding, penetrating even further into places that, would never think of doing any board-related water sports.
Yeah, when we had our stand-up paddle division on day 1, I was a little bit skeptical, like, okay, can a duck dive on a little bit longer board? Can you get under the lip? Are you going to be able to do it? And all those guys absolutely impressed me what they were doing on the SUPs out there at Pipeline, pulling into the barrel, getting in the barrel, traveling, coming out, doing some sacrificial ones too, which is really impressive given the size of the board and the paddle and everything else, all the gear that they got.
Yeah, every tube ride is like trying to pack for a flight and look at all your carry-on and be like, okay, just got to go here, just got to go over here.
There's the boss and
One of
Happy
the
Reef, right
original founders of Dahui, Uncle Eddie Rothman, with Reef McIntosh from Kauai, surfing for Team Quicksilver. He's a past champion here at Dahui Backdoor Shootout. Oh, wow. That's what you call steep, deep, and underneath. But now he's getting beat on the reef. Tori Meister.
Oh, and I love it. We have Liam McNamara on the beach microphone right
Coaching.
now. And he's actually coaching,
Yeah,
which is,
that's great.
again, pretty different. He's telling everybody there's bombs outside.
Paddle to the left, he's telling them. Outside, that's...
Usually we keep that stuff secret and, use hand signals or towels. But, hey, we got the loudspeaker. Why not? Make sure we don't want to waste waves.
We don't want to waste waves. We want somebody to be in position for these incredible waves. And here's more waves out the back. And up and riding, that's Cole Rothman going left. And then everybody else getting steamrolled by this second reefer. Sakoa gets one wave. Tori gets annihilated. Hawaiian Water Patrol checking on him. And everybody else is testing their duck dive or their leash durability.
You gotta love, here we're gonna see a replay of this wave. You gotta love Hawaiian scale right here. Cora Rothman pulling in. Liam McNamara goes, it's a 7-foot wave. It's bigger than a 6-foot wave, but we can't give you 8 feet yet. A 7-foot wave for Cora Rothman, but that was well done. Also, thank you to Gary Cooley from the Surf News Network for kind of keeping us in the groove of what we are to expect forecast-wise. Tori Meister coming in, so it seems
Yep.
there's equipment problem.
Yep, Gary Cooley, Surf News Network, mahalo. Also mahalo to Pat Caldwell,
Oh, Pat Caldwell.
doing some good work as well. So there's a real improvement in forecasting, which has made it so much easier on surfers, especially surfers with schedules.
Right.
You know, to get out when it's optimal, make the best use of the time. You know, surfing is one of those things in the past where you just got to drive to the beach and check it out, and you know, you might get lucky, you might not. Now with the forecasting, thanks to guys like Pat Caldwell and Gary Cooley and what they do, you can actually design a schedule that you might have of appointments or something around where the waves are going to be good. Or the times that they're going to be good. Or, you know, location and time is a big thing, and it's all about the windows, right?
Yeah, I'm big on it. You know, I use about 4 or 5 different sites, and my wife can tell you guys I'm pretty chronic about the whole thing, checking them out diligently just to do that, just to set my schedule to make sure, you know, I get my water time, but still stay gainfully employed. I think that was Tori Paver down there, Danny Fuller's wife, checking out the action. Fuller, of course, is going. He's out on the water right now. We have not yet seen an opening ride from Danny yet, but
yeah, we've seen
40-minute heats.
Yeah, we're about halfway through. Plenty of time left. We've seen a couple from Mason Ho, a couple from Tori, 2 waves from Koa, 1 wave from Gavin. And there's Danny on your screen, mid-screen right there, having a paddle over to see if anything's going to come his way. He's could be in luck with an insider on the way. But he too getting ready. Makua Rothman, Dusty Payne, Koa Smith, Baron Mamiya, Jay Davies. And what we're going to do, Kaipo, I have the feeling, is we're going to get through round 2.
Yeah.
And then see what the conditions do.
Yeah.
Because these calm days can often turn into the land getting too hot. You know, there's really sunny skies right now, and sucking that wind in and creating a little bit of a bump. So if it does that, I would imagine we would halt competition for that time and then try to come back another morning.
Yeah.
But it also could turn south and just stay perfect for us all day long to get round 2 and round 3 done.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll be on, get through this round. We got the variables going. We'll see what the wind does, whether we get those south winds or whether we get those onshore sea breezes. We're hoping that, you know, we get some clouds over the hill to cool off the land.
Yeah.
So we don't get that hot land, giving you that convective type of deal.
Hot land.
Sucks in. That was my weather term today. Convective.
Aina
Mason
vela.
Ho, barreled out. No problem.
He was small kind convective inside there.
That was a little convection oven, and he got baked in there. Mason
Not
Ho
only in there.
getting baked in the convection oven. All right. So I guessed it. I heard it from Liam. 5'6". It is a 5'6".
It looked
My
quite
eyeball
small.
measurements are good now.
Yeah, you got it. Well, I mean, you've
Work with boards a lot.
been around surfing for many years.
Yes.
It's like, you know, surfer styles, board sizes, wave sizes, they all come pretty quick.
Who would have thought that knowledge would be worth anything? Here we go, in the
I know.
barrel.
Your parents surely didn't, or did your grandparents? Get
No.
a real job.
Get a real job.
That was the mantra.
You surfing again? I know. You know, that's the interesting thing. Even when we look at this new generation, you know, my dad would sometimes surf in the contest, sometimes not, but then he would just drop me off at the surf contest. Okay, beat it, you know, go surf, come home with a trophy. Oh, cool, you got a trophy. Now
it's
these
just-
days,
it's for fun.
parents are way more involved. They're down there all day videoing. I mean, it's good. That's why you see the kids kind of come up.
Not only
do it
that,
faster.
they're getting more serious where they're hiring people to do that for their kids.
I love that. Yeah,
And,
hiring.
And it's part of the, a lot of pro surfers now are getting into the training, coaching, which is kind of true among all sports when you look across the board. All the coaches at the top levels were former pros.
Right.
And so they know it best. They have the most credibility. And there's opportunity for guys like Freddie P, who just stepped off the World Championship Tour and can probably get a decent opportunity to coach some kids. And I think that's what he's going to make part of his thing to do for Quicksilver.
And what kind of knowledge you can get from Freddie P. Oh, my goodness. That's going to be an encyclopedia of surfing technique and preparation because, the proof's in the pudding. And we got guys like Joe Centeo already doing that. Jason Shibata does a great job. Kahea Hart.
Yep.
Kiko Bacalso.
Yep.
Yeah, we even got a guy from my generation, Doug Silva. He's doing pretty good coaching himself.
Oh,
yeah.
Silva.
So, but I like to see that. I like to see the baton getting handed over. But of course, I just saw one of the best coaches of all time here in Hawaii. Dave Riddle was just right on the other next door to us, right over here, and talk about some knowledge there.
Yeah, and knowledge of heavy surfing on the North Shore. Dave Riddle's done it all here in the past, and kind of slid right into a perfect role for him at Volcom.
Yep.
Started coaching myself and Dated Segundo at a very young age, and has perfected the formula.
Yep.
And worked through Andy and Bruce Irons, and all through the Volcom standouts.
Yeah, 3 world titles with Andy Irons,
Yeah.
and that was some of the support squad right there, the Riddler.
The Riddler.
Oh, I see. All right, so I see some of the grommets off screen right now. They're getting ready. Every day's a weekend for some. There they are.
Yeah, homeschooling rules.
You know what? I like that. That's the father and son combo right there. That's Shane Beshen and Noah Beshen.
Yep.
How's that for a ripping father and son combo right there?
Yeah, Noah is for sure.
So what's Noah's homework
the
right
old
now?
block.
So dad's telling him, okay, you got to do 4 airs. I need to see a reverse and an alley-oop.
It's PE class right now.
Is it PE? They're going to PE on a nice little peak right there. Here we go. Mason Ho.
With the rip curl, it totally looks like the little Tom Curran
Doesn't
backdoor
it?
fish session. And
Floater.
Oh!
Oh!
oh my God.
The
How was
cross
that?
step floater.
Yeah, I took a page out of Kalia Moniz's book right
Now,
there.
I'm gonna how are the judges gonna score that? We saw him at the Pipe Masters attempt some of of
Hey,
those.
this
Didn't
is-
pull them off, but
This
he
is,
pulled that off.
This is in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, bro. You got to give that a solid score.
Cora Rothman as well as
Looks like Gavin. Oh, signature Creedler right there.
Look at the stance coming out. All concentration right there. Wow, nice little flurry. Here's a replay of Cora Rothman's backdoor wave. Just great technique to set that rail, drag the body. That wall didn't stretch out for him really, but in control.
We got to see that Mason Ho
Please.
cross step floater in slow mo. That's going to go worldwide.
Well, that's what makes Mason so fun. He's does unique maneuvers, draws unique lines. Here we go. T-Meister, Tari. Nice barrel. Second section for him. Can he come through that one?
Oh!
Hang on. Hikino. Oh, no. Away.
Almost made him.
Almost.
He'll get a good score, though, still, with shootout standards. That was a long, stretched-out barrel that he made it to the end. And here's Mason's last wave. The barrel was good. The floater set up right here. He's kind of thinking about it, looking just like Pops right there, and then almost aerial thoughts, but then goes, Oh, the little toe tap on the nose. Landed. That was a tough floater to land without the cross step.
I like the cross step. Hopefully we're gonna see some of the kids now busting that, getting a little bit of motivation. We'll see some of those moves in the next NSSA contest that rolls through.
Well, it's a throwback to a little bit of the traditional style, like a drop knee cut back or something like that on a longboard surfing competition. But with Mason doing that on a shortboard, on a shortboard, opens up the possibilities for showmanship back into shortboard surfing.
Yeah. Here we go. Makua Kai Rothman, he's going to be coming up next in heat number 2, round 2. Along with Dusty Payne, Cole Smith, Baron Mamiya, and Jay Davies. That's what's coming up. All the heats stacked. Rocky, I was watching some of the old videos where floaters, when you look back at the 90s and stuff, floaters were actually like a maneuver. You would get like a clip, and that would go into your section of doing a floater. You don't really get floaters as clips anymore. They don't really get scored, but
spicy floaters do.
Yeah.
Like Mason.
Like Mason's,
that was a spicy floater.
Or big old kind of airdrop floaters, maybe clearing a section would be
like
useful.
A 10-foot sunset peak, and you're trying to do a floater. But you're right. Floaters were all the rave in the mid-'80s to the early '90s. And then once the aerial came into play, floaters kind of took a back seat.
Yeah. Here we go. We're going to take another look here at Gavin's wave. Spit out.
Yeah, that was perfect timing. Great drop. The positioning was impeccable, and Gavin Beshin gets another good score. He's got the highest score of the 2 rounds so far. And a lot of surfing to be done today, though. And we'll see if that 9.33 gets eclipsed by any scores coming up today.
And as soon as we get our technology up to date over here, we'll be getting you guys some of the scores.
Just need the charger.
Where's the charger? Huh?
The charger. Rastafari.
Oh, man. Rastafari.
Oh, yeah. I just heard a Raja on the charger over the radio.
Raja on the charger.
Okay.
All right.
We're in good shape.
There you go. We got Steel Pulse coming to town, Rocky. How's about that? Boom. I
When?
love that. I love that.
Yeah.
UB40. We got a lot of reggae music coming.
Yeah. January 28th, UB40. When is Steel Pulse coming?
Steel Pulse, I believe, is the end of the month, and I think I'm not going to give a blatant plug for Banff Productions until you guys pay me. So you got to search it out yourself.
Or at least a couple VIP tickets.
Couple tickets would help. Here we go, Tori Meister in the barrel.
Oh, VIP, but no can come out.
Nope.
Oh, that one's still draining all the way across. Had to have the turbo booster for that one.
Got table service, but didn't close the deal.
Nope.
More waves. Look at this beautiful drone footage right here that we get the up above angle. And you can see the smooth water. Jay Davies coming up.
Yeah, he had a couple nice ones on day number 1 to get his campaign going for this year's 2016 Dahui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. And over on the left, Gavin Beshin with a stretcher. Stall, lay back. But nothing crazy going on there, so that'll just be a throwaway score for Gavin.
Surf that wave all the way into the sandbar. And, with a couple of these big swells that have come through, the sandbar is looking pretty good right now.
Prime time.
Here we got a replay. Tori Meister gets the entrance, no exit. D. Payne paddling out, Dusty Payne, so looking forward to his surfing. Of course, Dusty posts up right where we're at here at the Volcom House. Alpha, would you call it the Volcom Alpha House? The big Volcom House.
Yeah,
The
3
Lopez
stories
house.
compared to 1 story. And although it was the second house purchased in chronological order, it is considered the alpha house.
Jerry Lopez used to be the owner here and the resident. A lot of history right here, right where we're sitting. Rocky.
Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, so much history. I mean, this is where, the beginnings of what you could be as a pipe surfer, having one surf spot kind of define your career. Our beach announcer, Liam McNamara, followed in those footsteps of Jerry Lopez. And there's been quite a few guys that have had those nice little pro career runs as pipe surfers. And it's all, tribute to one particular wave, so much media attention, so much availability with so many good days all year long for great photos that it provided that platform for guys to make a career here.
Most famous wave in the world, most dangerous wave in the world, so many different titles. And the wave remains the same. And basically the pipe act remains the same. Get in the barrel, get out. But we've seen it just evolve through the last couple of decades. It used to be, at Pipeline, it used to be a disadvantage to be on your backhand, to be a regular foot. Back in the day, guys like Sean Thompson kind of like, got through there. Dane Kealoha, Tony Moniz were some of the regular footers that really started making a big push at Pipeline backhand tube riding. But now it's not a disadvantage at all.
If you look at the if the Pipe Masters is any indicator, even this event with guys like John, Jamie O'Brien, Reef McIntosh, your winners from the past, by no means is backhand disadvantage. And I think it also has to do with equipment,
the thruster,
availability,
the quad, maybe. Even.
Yeah.
Well, again, we can't forget about that ballhead dude, Kelly Slater. He's really turned on backhand tube riding here at Pipeline. Kelly's spending so much time in Hawaii that he has a Hawaiian middle name now.
What is that?
Nohea.
Nohea.
Rocky, you laugh a little bit right there.
That's a good one.
Oh, boy. Nohea. Nohea Slater.
Oh, these guys better paddle Orea, according to Liam McNamara. Doing a little bit of beach mic coaching, which is totally acceptable here at the Dahui Shootout. In fact, encouraged.
That is cool. And, and a contrast, we just have to say, Rocky and I do the beach commentary at the Pipe Masters, and you can't do that.
The rules are really strict.
The rules are really strict. You cannot say, hey, there's a set coming.
Basically, yeah. You can use other words, I found, that you can say, possible opportunities.
Oh, you have loopholes, don't you?
Little things like that, but yeah.
Rocky Cannon Esquire. You got like some loopholes right there. You have a legal.
ESQ.
A legal future for you, Rockwell.
You can say motion in the ocean.
That's right.
We've used that before.
Action on the horizon.
Action on the horizon. We've used that before. Those are all band names, actually, too. If you'd like to trademark some, just let us know.
Yeah.
Contact my legal offices. Rockwell Cannon Esquire.
That's right.
But yeah, we can't do what Liam was just doing, which is great for just having a different style of event. I mean, you have these kinds of events that require this kind of structure, and there's points, world titles, all that stuff on the line. That's completely understood that there's a format for that. And then we have these formats, which are a little more loose, more community oriented, no points or rankings at stake, so you can afford to be a little loose on that end. So it's kind of the best of both worlds here on the North Shore at Pipe, seeing these kinds of events, as well as events like the Pipe Masters. So exciting, incredible to watch, skilled guys from all over the world, but it's also awesome to see our local boys getting a chance here. And then it kind of goes back to that other format with the Pipe Pro coming up.
Yeah, end of the month, we've got the Pipe Pro coming up, and it's QS 3000. But the performances are still outstanding in every single one of these events, and I actually think sometimes with this looser format, you actually see perhaps a higher performance level. We're going to see. I mean, we've already seen some great rides this morning, and we're only in heat number 1 of the day.
Yeah, and because, that is kind of the focus
Oh,
is
there's
to
the second boss.
get the meanest waves, as we see Sister Mahina. Mahalo for all of your diligence and good work for Dahui all year long.
She's a hard worker, organizes so many different events, as we see.
Yeah, it's Mason Hood Pipe.
What's
Gonna
he got?
just stand tall in
Love
that
it.
one. Super cash, fragilistic, espialidocious. Making that board look fun.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe Matt Biolis is going to get a bunch of orders. They're going, I want that little fishy thing with the belly channel bottoms
Yeah.
on it. I saw Mason ripping.
And Macy's so stoked. He's like cheering on waves at Gums, like, yeah, boys. One of those guys who's just, he probably smiles in his sleep. Probably sleeps like, he always seems so like high on life and good natured, good attitude. Win or lose, he's stoked to be where he is, and that's really cool to see.
Yeah. And with that note, I'd love to see Mason have a good run this year on the qualifying series and make it to the big show. I think it would be good for surfing, just period.
It's an incredible story when you just look at the whole dynasty.
Yeah.
But he would bring some of that traditional mixed with contemporary flair, and a bit of a character on the tour.
Some of the best interviews.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and I think he has the potential to take surfing to the level of not only in his skill, but in his style and presentation. I think he's going to have a lot of great, loyal new fans as he gets more out into the world.
He sure is. This guy's already got a ton of fans. Danny Fuller, both as a surfer as well as an artist, as a photographer. So
Yeah.
Danny Fuller in the surf, Daniel Fuller if you want to see him in the gallery, and here's T. Meister.
And D. Fuller if you see him in a Calvin Klein ad.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's got tree jobs.
He's got multiple opportunities. And we're following Gavin Beshin at Pipe. It was once again deja vu. Cole Rothman and Gavin Beshin splitting the peak, both going on their backhand. And Tao Hanneman, City and County Lifeguards, doing a great job. The Beshins were waving at Gavin, and I think Tao thought they were waving to him. But
You're going to be setting up the sign today. What's the sign going to say?
strong current, high surf, no swimming.
No swimming. Okay.
Had a rescue during the Pipe Masters earlier this year. I don't know if you were on the heat with me on that one,
I heard the peanut gallery. That's
but
for sure.
had some funny feedback from a person who was on the beach during that, a resident who was on the beach during that rescue, and had some funny reactions to what I was saying over the mic of trying to get those people to make it back to the beach, but also letting them know that they're in big trouble.
You told him.
Yeah.
What you doing? Uh-oh. You know what time it is right now? It is...
Kono time.
Kono time. Check them out in Haliva. Mahalo to Konos for the breakfast here, the breakfast burritos, as we take a look again at Danny Fuller.
Yeah, Danny, long travel time, but just couldn't force his way through that one. Heat number 2 underway. Makua Rothman, Dusty Payne, Koa Smith, Baron Mamiya, Jay Davies. Out in the water right now, you see Koa and Danny. Makua Rothman from the North Shore, Dusty Payne from Maui, Koa Smith from Kauai, Baron Mamiya from the North Shore, and Jay Davies from Western Australia. So good mix of surfing talent here in round 2, heat number 2.
Yeah, I love what Jay did over at that Margaret River Pro. Great surfing over there. That slabby wave called the Box.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's going to have a slabby wave out here. Just the right size, right inside the fold. First reef. We have a draining tide until 10:48.
Wow.
So talk about slabby. We're going to see, as long as this wind cooperates, some barrels.
Yeah, I mean, at least through round 2, I think we're looking pretty good. With the 40-minute heats, that should give everybody enough time to find a couple of good waves, and also enough time for everybody to get round 1 in while the wind is still favorable.
Here you go, D-Pain,
wow.
Dusty. Spit
Wow.
and then out. So that's the way you do it right there for Dusty Payne. Pulling in. That looks like it's going to be Jay Davies, the Aussie.
Boom.
So a little trade-off on the barrels right there to kick it off.
Yeah, I think Dusty's, comparing the two, looked a bit more deeper. Of course, the amount of spit that came out is going to be noted. And his timing came out just after the spit. So you know he was really deep. But it was one of those that you pulled in. He had the right line, the wave shaped up perfect where you knew he was going to make it. But it still had that suspense of the heavy spit that I think will be scored a little higher than Jay Davies' wave. Wave size just right. You're seeing from the drone right there, looking into the lineup. Somebody just popped up, duck diving that big wave. Hawaiian Water Patrol down the beach. Lifeguard signs getting set up. Mahalo to our city and county lifeguards. Give them a raise they deserve and earn it each and every day. And would like to see some legislative action. Or we could just get the okay to put a little calabash lauhala tip bowl in at the lifeguard stand for any bit of information you get, because they get asked a million questions a day, sometimes the same questions. Yeah, you know. Hey, you know, it's just, you know, like parking your car, delivering some coffee. You know, there should be some appreciation, some gratuity for our lifeguards if we're not going to give them a raise straight up, you know, especially after a rescue. You know, I've been in the tower. We'll get back to that, but look at that late drop. Oh, my gosh.
Well, the youngster went for it. That was Baron Mamiya.
Oh.
We saw that big old teepee coming through, and I was just going to say, well, is anyone going to whip it on this? And youngster, what, 15 years old?
Yeah. He's getting a lesson right now in physical education. Pipeline is getting physical with him underneath that water right now. That was amazing attempt. Nearly pulled it off.
Love it.
And, you know, that would be something for only the legends, the living legends, Bruce, Kelly, that kind of caliber to pull off a drop like that. And the young Baron Mamiya gives it a shot. You got to give him some charging points. He's shaking off the...
Shaking it off, but doing a good job. If we get a replay of that, you can see right now.
Oh,
that wave just bottomed out. This is not Baron Mamiya.
That was Dusty. Pretty good wave right there for Dusty. This was Jay Davies on that inside little foam ball creeper. And then Baron Mamiya tries to pull the hero status and officially opens the Bonsai Bakery with that set of donuts right there.
Yeah, donuts in the water.
Still early. The biscuits are still preparing.
The refrigerator, yeah.
They're still getting prepared. But the bakery is open.
The bakery's open if any biscuits want to come down to the beach. All right, so some bravo from the youngster, Baron Mamiya. Great tube ride from Dusty Payne. Great tube ride by Jay Davies. And more waves on the way from our on the top.
Some of the beach crowd starting to fill in. Spectators getting the word that the contest is on. I know I sent daily updates to the Turtle Bay Resort, to the guidepost and the concierge crew there, to let our guests know that there is a pro surfing event going on the North Shore today.
You guys run the shuttle?
No shuttles today. Self-drive or catch bus.
Okay.
It's literally what I wrote in there. Said, guests can either self-drive or catch bus. No more shuttle.
Hey, yeah, the little bus ride could be cool too. Here we
Yeah, Caldwell's limo. Is that their
Cool
mare right
outfit.
now?
Snaps it under the lip before kicking out.
And some beefy waves coming in right now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, a backdoor wave right there on your drone screen is just grinding. No other way to describe that. That was grinding and detonating on the first reef. If somebody was in there, could have been a 12.
Yep. Fish are getting rocked in the reef right now.
Yeah, Squids is unconscious.
Concussion today. Here we go. Mokoro Rothman off the bottom, and you can just see
Oh,
tube opportunity, but gets a nice snap.
kind of looking like the airbrush board he riding right there.
Yeah. Just
The
like
JBG.
Johnny Boy-ish snap with a Johnny Boy airbrush. Throw back. Big shouts out to Johnny Boy Gomes. I've got a beach announcer saying only one drone allowed at a time.
Drone regulation happening right now. Control of airspace.
Drones are cutting off each other out there. It was kinda
Oh my
trippy.
God, it's flying at the other drone. They're having a drone war.
It's so trippy, Rocky, because there was while we were announcing earlier this morning, a drone came right about eye level and it was like hovering right here, looking at me, and I was
Peekaboo.
Yeah, it was kind of unsettling to see the little robot with the wings
Yeah.
looking at you with those beady little eyes.
Right through your living room or bedroom window.
Welcome to the future. Close your shades.
Yeah.
And I want to check that camera on your computer as well.
Yeah, I put tape over it.
Me too. Yeah. I do that too. I guess I'm paranoid.
No, you're not.
It's
You've
for
seen
real.
those futuristic movies, how they're able to hack and get embedded into anything that's using something wireless or whatever. It's pretty real. Speaking of, the drone is right outside our balcony right now. As waves peel through that pipeline lineup. Dusty Payne checking his lineups. Got Cole Smith right next to him. So in this heat, just to delineate, we've got 4 surfers from Hawaii, but only one Hawaiian surfer.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
Looking at Heat Tour. You might have heard it over the last couple of years. We've been kind of on a unspoken or silent campaign to differentiate Hawaiian surfers from Hawaii.
Right.
Because Hawaii is a state, but it also, Hawaiian is an ancestral native
It's a race.
ethnicity.
It's a race.
It's a race.
Ethnicity, yes.
So,
It's not like being a Texan.
yeah,
If you live in Texas, then you're a Texan.
right.
But if you live in Hawaii,
There's no native Texans unless you go back to tribal times and look at different Native American tribes that were
Right.
there.
But if you live in Hawaii, you're not necessarily,
A Hawaiian.
because that would require actual kind of that lineage of a first Polynesian ancestors, and you're We call it koko, another word for today.
Yep.
Koko is the Hawaiian word for blood, and having that inside of you makes
And you
Hawaiian.
can be born into it. You can also be Hanai.
You can be
which
Hanai.
Hawaiians took the word and the theory or the concept of Hanai very seriously. If you are Hanai'd or adopted into the family, you're part of that family and can claim whatever that family is.
That family's lineage.
Correct.
And so Hanai, again, adopted. We're going to come with more words, right? More translations. I'm enjoying this. But Makua Kai Rothman, certainly a great Hawaiian surfer in this heat.
And Dusty Payne, Koa Smith, Baron Mamiya, great surfers from Hawaii. What it does bring to the table is we have to do a little bit more of our research. We might have to talk to Baron's dad. You know, there could be...
Might have snuck in a
there
little bit
could
of
be
cocoa
some
over there.
small kind sprinklage
I think so. Yeah.
along the way. So there are some of the young surfers that we don't know as well.
Yep.
That we would double check on. So that just presents a whole nother fun part of our job, is that we get to go find that stuff out, and then we can present it correctly, because we'll probably see Baron in the Triple Crown the next few years, into the future. And we want to make sure that we're not convoluting the two of Hawaiian surfers and surfers from Hawaii.
Yeah. So Baron Mamiya, like you said, he's got the potential. He gets his contest act together. He's got the talent already. I can see the kid going all the way through the Pro Junior Series, through the QS Series, and onto the big show, because he certainly has the talent. He's just going to kind of fine-tune that competition act and be able to package that in either 20 or 30-minute heats.
Right.
We got 40-minute heats here today. 2016, we're kicking it off. We've had great surf the whole time. We're going to have extra large surf by this Friday. I got the news that we got another big old swell coming through.
Yep. We got 3 drones
We have
out there now.
Drone heat out there now. Yeah, we're getting a word from the director. The other drone operators, if you guys can hear us,
If you might be listening on Immerse TV or explore.org/waves,
you got to land your drones. Only the
Or-
one official drone is allowed, or else we're going to have to send out the killer puels to track them down.
we've got a cage full of killer pueos.
Puels, yeah.
We're
We
gonna
have the EO, the
A
hawks.
Hawaiian hawk.
More translations for you, like it.
We flew a couple over from the Big Island,
That's right. We're just training them right now.
so watch out.
Bugger's eating breakfast. After he's finished with his breakfast, we're sending him out.
Hide your chihuahuas.
Yeah, you know what the Hawaiian word for chihuahua is?
What?
Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
You know the little cute chihuahua. Oh, boy. We're having fun. You talk about policies. We want to mahalo out, of course, our city and county lifeguards. Big day today in Policy on Hawaii Day. This is the day that you can put in your permit for your marijuana dispensary. You can put in your permit
Today. Whoa. Taking it to another level.
Yep. So we're going to have some dispensaries opening up.
Dispensaries.
Yep. 3 on Oahu, 2 in Maui County, 2 on the Big Island, and 1 on Kauai.
You walk down the bike path at Sunset Beach, you would have already thought was legal. You just get the constant fragrance and aroma.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a lot of people with their cataracts and,
glaucomas.
helps.
Sore backs.
ADHD,
Yeah.
whatever. So, it's a big day in Hawaii Nei.
They're calling them
great surf.
Pakalolo permits, believe it or not.
The permits, $5,000. You can put in your application. Maybe they choose you, maybe not. I don't know how that game is going to be played.
I don't know who the judges are,
Yeah,
the
don't know
interview
who the
process. It'd be an interesting one to take part in, though, if you were in need of that. And the screening process would be probably interesting.
Well, yeah. You gotta, you can't import, so you have to also farm. So I think that's one of the
Might
regulations.
have to bring in some of your products to prove that
you're up to grade.
You're able to be considered. I don't know. Maybe you got to have some sampling during the screening process. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Or you can do it the old-fashioned way and just wait in the parking lot at 7-Eleven and see what happens. Here we are back just talking over this low.
Yep.
Vala'au.
Vala'auing.
Wahanui.
And I thought we got cut off by FCC for a second right there. You did see a black glitch in your screen. It was
that was funny.
It was the STD, a small kind technical difficulty, not us getting shut down. Now we're shut down. Hawaii Water Patrol in the frame for a moment, and some sets coming.
Yeah, beautiful waves. We'll see if anyone chooses to go on this. Makua Kai Rothman, Dusty Payne, Cora Smith, Baron Mamiya, Jay Davies.
One of the popular activities, combination of
Yeah.
activities here on the North Shore.
Make sure you bring your plastic bag too.
Or your coconut, half shell.
Is that your sustainable way right there, Rocky? Rocky's like you got 2 dogs now, right?
I got
or
two
three?
dogs.
Two dogs. 2 surfing dogs.
2 surfing dogs. I have a very organic way of disposing of their waste, always.
I like it.
And do the best to keep my hands clean.
I'll do the Rocky commercial right now. If you want to go surfing with Rocky's surfing dogs, you can check them out at the guidepost over at the Turtle Bay Resort. As for Rocky Cannon and the surfing dogs.
We've got some appointments lined up for the week.
Nice.
Yeah.
What are you going to do when it's 25 foot on Friday?
We go inside a couple little secret spots.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, even in front of Ola.
Oh, right there.
The old
yeah.
Ola restaurant. Soon to be a Roy's Beach House coming to Turtle Bay Resort.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're going to have to come up and have some dinners up there.
Misoyaki butterfish.
But there's a little wave to be had right there, perfect for when it's big. Of course, we do sup with a pup for the adults.
Sup with a pup.
So I teach them the basics of sup while the dog's on my board, and they have their own boards, and we use these big stable boards. And then when the guests are comfortable, when my students are comfortable, about 20 minutes into it, paddling around the flat areas of Cavella Bay, then I paddle the dog over, and the dog makes the transfer onto their board, and they just lose their minds.
So after a good day of work, do the dogs get a tip or a treat? Like, if they killed it, they had a great lesson, they had a couple sup with pups.
We'll pull into Malama Market, grab the big steaks.
Wow, steak for the dog.
Yeah, it's a couple bucks. They're kind of already chopped sometimes, or the Malama's got the $2 chicken gizzards, which are awesome.
Ooh, dogs love gizzards.
Oh yeah.
Here we go, Baron Mamiya, looking back door, pulling in, casual, traveling, comes out.
Yeah, casual business traveling right there. But I knew exactly what to do right at the time. Couple hair whips, he's back out.
Boom. So you want to get humbled? You come to Hawaii, you go surf with the 15-year-old Baron Mamiya, and then you don't feel as good about your surfing after a performance like that. Haha. But wealth of talent here that we're showing off. 20 years of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. As we take another look at Baron or not, and there he is, casual, pulls in, travels, comes out, looking good. B. Mamiya. That's the younger of the two. Baron, the son. Barry, the father, great surfer in his own right. Little sandbar action. Dredging. Sand bottom. Sandbar session. You go to sleep at night. Wake up, sand all over the pillow. Guaranteed. And the longer the hair, the more sand. But great conditions again. We've been blessed with a ton of surf so far into this new year, 2016. And more surf forecasted on the way for the rest of our waiting period. We can run all the way through this Saturday, the 16th. And might have a couple more opportunities. We wanted to pull the trigger today as Pipeline is in that great 4 to 6 foot, maybe occasional 8-footer range, and see what we have saying in the forecast. Okay, so it should hold in the 5 to 7 foot range. Likely sea breezy, mix mid-afternoon tomorrow. Only 6 feet. So a little bit of a drop tomorrow, but we are scoring today. Stoked. Thank you, Surf News Network and Gary Cooley for that update. So as you alluded to, because you've spent so much time on this beach, Rocky Cannon.
Yeah.
That's the one thing we had to be on caution for, was that sea breezes that could develop this afternoon.
Yeah, and it, like you also said, the convection, the heating of the land, pulling that cooler air from the ocean towards it, creates that onshore wind, and could possibly be two totally different looking scenarios from morning to afternoon. The way that wind can sometimes come on. And we're going to wait, though. We still have 3 more days in the waiting period, too. And with that, a little bit of a lull in the action. We're going to take you to a 30-second Heat 1 recap. We'll be right back.
Ooh, we get to take a look at this. And so there you go. It opened up with Koa Rothman.
We are back.
Nice little barrel. And then this guy,
Gavin
Beshen with a nice barrel. T. Meister pulls in, looks for the exit, no exit out there, but
the story of Heat number 1 was this wave here for Mason Ho, the floater cross step airdrop, just like nothing.
And here we go, another beautiful wave over the sandbar. A little bit of a throwback maneuver there with the layback for Gavin Beshen. So that was a little bit of the story that we had for our opening heat of the day. Heat 1, round number 2 at the Dahui Backdoor Shootout. Again, celebrating 20 years of this event, celebrating 40 years of the Huio He'enalu. And
celebrating the life of Duke Kahanamoku and his legacy.
So a lot of surfing, but actually, a lot of Hawaiian causes that we want to draw attention to, too, as well.
Yeah, we use this not only as a play-by-play contest performing platform, but also to say some of the things that we don't always get to say when we're on broadcasts for different events. So Rocky Cannon, Kaipo Guerrero, bringing you not only surfing, a little bit of history, a little bit of
vocabulary,
mo'olelo.
Yeah, and some culture too.
Yeah,
which we want to bring into, and and also other things like kukiai mauna kea, and that's just going to be my little political commercial. First thing this morning, just one right now.
Yeah,
we want to protect Mana Alvakea because it's just a really sacred place and important in Hawaiian culture.
And pardon the pun, but it's a slippery slope.
Once you let, well, we already get a bunch of, the interesting thing is, Rocky, there are other telescopes up there, and when the telescopes stop working, you're supposed to grab your opala, your trash, and take it away.
Talk about a huge invasive piece of opala.
Wow, heavy.
It's pretty amazing that they'd want to use another site instead of just using an existing footprint of another telescope, even if it costs more or whatever. These corporations have money pouring out of their earballs, so they can afford that, but that's neither here nor there. But what we can do is make our voices heard and make our opinions count and speak up.
There you go. And Baron Mamiya looked like he did a little talking with his body with a nice barrel. Jay Davies pulling it really, really deep. I think he might have got caught up on the bottom of that one for no exit.
He was a little bit casual as we see our main drone on the attack. Going to go take out the other drones.
I think our announcement worked. I think those other drones cleared out. We didn't have to bring out the killer pueo.
With laser beams attached to their freaking heads.
Or the drone outfitted fighting chicken.
Oh, yeah, that'll be a sick one.
Like that.
I'll take Jess on that drone, the red drone. Hey, Brad. Yesterday morning, I was on daddy duty all day for Mondays. And was playing with baby Uluvehi in the living room right outside my window, man. I hear this vigorous flapping. Like a chicken fight was going on in my driveway. I ran outside. My cat almost got this pigeon.
Wow.
Had bird feathers in its mouth, and the bird had got away. Bird feathers were all over the driveway. It's amazing how many feathers come off those birds, and they still have plenty on them.
It barely got away.
It barely got away. Literally was licking her lips with feathers all over her face.
And that's the thing with cats. I got cats too. They just want to kill some stuff and to make you proud.
Yeah.
You ever notice that when the cat kills something, The cat's gonna bring it to you and be like, "Look what I did."
They're the ultimate serial killer. Just killing for fun.
Yeah. Sometimes they even play with the dead bodies and stuff
Yeah.
and do horrible things to them, and then present it to you like, "Look at this is your prize. Aren't you proud of me?"
Yeah, this is what I did for you. Like, thanks, that's great. A dead pigeon on my pillow. Blood and feathers everywhere.
So here we
Appreciate
go.
it.
Koa Smith.
Koa had an amazing cover shot at in Mexico on that backside barrel.
Yeah. Yeah. The younger of the Smith brothers. Koa, of course. Alex Smith, a great surfer in his own right. And then, is it Travis, Trigger Trav, a high fashion model living the lifestyle. As we saw our Hawaiian Water Patrol heading out there, keeping a visual eye of the surfers and also giving them a little taxi ride back out into the lineup.
Yeah, why not? This is a replay of Koa's last wave, just kind of a check-in, check-out, never know until you go kind of situation where got to get your feet on the board, get down the line, see what that wave is really going to offer. Sometimes at pipe you can get lucky where those ones, they do the reform on the inside, but that one not lining up for Koa. Big Red, Mikey O'Shaughnessy.
Yeah.
Is he surfing in a heat?
He's just gearing up to probably do some sandbar sessions. Looks like he's talking to Danilo Couto. One of our premier big wave riders. One of the pioneers out there at Peahi.
Yeah.
At Jaws. Wow. But you know what? This last swell, I heard it was just an absolute sell-out crowd there at Peahi on Saturday. Yeah. Plenty people, choke people, all kinds of people.
A crap show?
Could be crazy. Let's keep it to the real good guys.
Yeah.
Just because you got 11-footer doesn't mean you need to go.
And jet skis got to communicate. Don't need 5 skis going in for one guy.
No need.
That's a recipe
Hey,
for disaster.
Pe'ahi. One more translation for the morning. Pe'ahi. That means to wave or a wave. Not a wave that you wave. Not a wave that you surf, but to wave.
Like
Yeah. Or it can
higher
mean to
goodbye.
beckon. It can mean to beckon. Or it can mean to fan. Like
So
I'm hot.
So it does not mean Jaws translated.
No.
Jaws is just the English name of the surf break.
Right.
Pe'ahi is the Hawaiian name of the area.
Of the area. Right. And then all my Olelo Nohiao folks out there, if I'm blowing it, you guys go text me and say, Kaipo,
You're blowing it.
But I'm going to go with that translation. Wave, fan, beckon, Pe'ahi.
So more of the motion
Yeah.
then, because of fan motion
Yeah,
too.
fan, wave,
Like when
beckon.
you get hot,
come,
like,
come. But
ooh.
imagine that. It's beckoning. Like, oh, come.
Yeah,
come surf
yeah.
25 feet. Look at it. Go left.
It's inviting.
Go left.
Bring your jet ski, bring your board, bring everything. Come. Everybody.
Bring your boat, everybody.
Bring your cameras. Bring all your friends and brothers and sisters from everywhere. That's what it's turned into, right?
That's right.
Yeah, but you know what? Information media is traveling so fast across the world. It's impossible to keep anything under wraps unless you really try or get really militant or guerrilla-ish about it. But overall, you know, people are living longer, modern medicine, population's growing, and, you know, recreational activities are all the rave, and surfing is right up there, trending high right now.
Really high.
You know, credit card commercials, multinational car commercials, franchise of all kind, as we see Baron Mamiya trending right now with a stand-up backdoor barrel with a little layback grab rail carve, but good positioning right there. Not going to be the biggest score, but going to be a great shot for his sponsors.
That's
for sure.
right. Yeah, that you hit it right on the nail, right on the head. No jersey, so they can get that image and maybe use it in future advertisements. Watch this. This is picturesque. Beautiful technique. Maybe not the deepest, but look at him stand straight up. Nice roomy barrel. Think this kid's having a good morning? I think so.
Oh, Makua Rothman deep at pipe. Got to use the high line exit. And, oh, there he is. getting the high line pounding, and stayed with it as long as he could. But we're going to check on Makua. That was a tough way to find the exit, going over the falls backwards. Heat number 3 on deck: Bruce Irons, Ezekiel Lau, Eli Olsen, Kona Oliveira, and Amayan Goodwin.
So another look at that. And you can see travel, like Rocky said, trying to get that high line exit, and just gets caught up and goes over the falls right on the dredging sandbar section. Eli Olsen, he's going to be coming up in the next heat. Second generation North Shore surfer. Quick kick out by Jay Davies. Nice pan over right there. Fast action cam. We're still going to try to get our scores up right here, but I don't know if Rocky finished this class in iPad scoring. Yeah, we see Baron Mamiya on the back of the Hawaiian Water Patrol jet ski. Is going to get his ride back out. You got to time that to shoot through that shore break area. And we're down to 6 minutes for this heat number 2, round number 2 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, featuring Makua Kai Rothman, Dusty Payne, Cora Smith, Baron Mamiya, and Jay Davies. All surfers getting some great waves out there. Oh, that guy's coming up next. That is Ezekiel Lau, the Hawaiian Superman. He's heading out there. Another guy of his same generation, Eli Olsen, going to be heading out there. Of course, you can see Ezekiel Lau with that mean tattoo on his left arm, the merging arm when you're in traffic. There's Kona Oliveira. He's going to be heading out. Well, Joel Centeno sneaking in here. Maybe for a Mayan Goodwin, little audible substitution. Yeah, and that is. So Centeo's in. He got a day off of the office, and he's going to enjoy some beautiful pipeline and backdoor. Wow, we got scoring, Rocky. You're heavy.
Hallelujah. So biggest score in the heat coming from Makua Kai Rothman so far at a 6.83 on his third wave. Jay Davies got a 6.0. That Dusty Payne wave.
Oh, low ball.
A 4.5.
Hello.
What?
Hello. Huh?
Whoa.
Was somebody looking down at their Kono's breakfast burrito this morning instead of out in the lineup?
Goodness gracious. I was nowhere near 4.5 in my head on that one.
I know. Sometimes the breakfast burrito strikes. You know what I mean? If the judge is looking down at his burrito, cannot see the barrel.
I'm about to look down at my burrito.
Or portion thereof. There's a shot looking down towards Kaena Point. Beautiful morning here. Still winds. You can see not a whisper in the leaves. And we're hoping it stays that way for most of the day. Beach crowds starting to filter down the right of way right now. Photographers taking their spots. Beach is a little smaller than it's been, and continues to shrink as we continue to see more and more swells come through. Active North Pacific right now.
Yeah.
And even our off-season hurricane, Pully's out there.
Hurricane Pully.
Wow.
That was an interesting name, interesting time, everything about that storm.
Yeah. So
you caught some South Shore waves from that, yeah?
Yeah. We had a Guys, surprise swell on Sunday. What? There's our guys, the Hawaiian Water Patrol. There's Kavika Foster,
Cliff Botello,
Cliff
better Josh,
Botello.
better Steve, Keone Keolana down there. See him, we get the swivel seat,
Oh.
lining him up for pipeline for the
Now you set for lefts.
Mike Prickett film action. Or you can film rights going back to the beach.
True.
But you better be ready for full throttle at back door.
Well, these are some of the best PWC riders, drivers in the world.
Operators. And that seat is patent pending by Terry Dahui and Hawaiian Water Patrol. Don't even think about it.
But PWCs have come a long way, right, Rocky? Now they have their 4-stroke. They
Yeah.
have reverse now.
Yeah. So like small car engines is the theory of the 4-stroke, more efficient burning, a little bit more power, which is definitely appreciated when you operate in waves 20 to 50 feet. There's the great Mike Prickett getting on board. Of course, recovering from the bends, which is
Heavy.
a condition you have when you go deep diving and you surface too quickly.
Right.
And your equilibrium, your blood gets all
Bubbles.
just bubbles and nitrogen, carbon dioxide, all that stuff. Not good stuff to have in some of your body parts, and paralyzes you.
Can play havoc on your nervous system, exactly.
And so Mike was saving someone else's life, as we see Dusty Payne.
Deep barrel diving right there for D Payne disappeared, went below sea level, and
Underneath,
came out.
Came
underneath.
out. But yeah, Mike was doing a film shoot in Tahiti, and one of the staff or somebody got in trouble. I don't know if it was one of the main characters or whatever, got in trouble, or a fellow
It's on the bottom, yeah.
staff
no air.
member drowned at the bottom. Mike dove down, grabbed him, brought him up quickly. He himself suffered the bend, saved the other guy's life, and has been in recovery ever since. So it's great to see him back in the water on the jet ski. Was wheelchair ridden for an extended amount of time. So better Mike, we're glad you're okay and back out there, and good to see you getting better and better with each day. There's Makua. A little too deep on the right. Has to go left, and casually still finds a little in and out barrel. And that just goes to show you how good the waves are today. The other day we were praying for a wave to come through in the heat that would have some barrel potential. Today, guys are looking at the left, going right, looking at the right, going left, and deciding late, but still getting sick barrels on waves that they're indecisive on.
Yeah. And now we're just into heat number 3 of this second round of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, featuring Bruce Irons, Ezekiel Lau, Eli Olsen, Kona Oliveira, and Joel Centeo out in the water. So great lineup. All regular foot's going to be in this heat. So we're going to see some backhand tube riding at Pipeline, and we're going to have a lot of guys, I'm sure, looking at backdoor. And let's take another look at this. Makua Kai Rothman looking backdoor, decides he too deep, he has to go Pipeline, just casual cruising, but then finds a barrel, disappears, and his image disappears. But I tell you, he came out of that one, in case you were wondering on that replay. Now we're back to live action, glassy conditions. And just a beautiful wave that you can mind surf there. Just the insider, but if there was a free surf session going on today, because it's so good, I think every single wave would be occupied. Right now, with our 5-man heats, these surfers can be more selective.
Yeah, 5 guys, 40 minutes. That's ample time for a day like today when the waves are just so consistent and offering both directions. That's Dusty.
Taking his ride in. That's a pretty nice ride in.
Never hit a horn. Oh, you heard him. Hawaiian Water Patrol giving another ride to a water photographer to get him in the spot. Couple of minutes gone by here in heat number 3. Bruce Irons from Kauai, Ezekiel Lau from Oahu, one of our Hawaiian surfers, Eli Olsen from the North Shore, as well as Kona Oliveira, and Amayan Goodwin from Kauai in heat number 3 as well. And some inside waves thumping on that first reef. Surfers are waiting for the bigger waves, of course. But so much of these inside waves would be ridden by people that are just trying to get some waves that pipe, on any given day.
If it was free surf, every wave would be occupied.
There
today,
would be a lot of folks stoked with that little barrel on the inside.
Everybody just being really patient in this heat 3 before opening up. Definitely waiting for some sets. And I see the lineup. I see some lines coming in, so we're going to see someone pull the trigger real soon here as our surfers reposition themselves. Rocky showed me the old dog with sunglasses trick. But I saw your messages. You have other announcements there. Is that breaking news?
I'll have to get confirmation. Maybe we can get a day number 3 announcement.
Yeah. We'll be back with more breaking news. Breaking news right now, year 2016. Those pakes, they're really colorful. They're really smart. Chinese calendar, this is the year of the fire monkey. And this guy
is on fire
for
a moment.
The year of the fire monkey. That's what 2016 is in the Chinese calendar.
Wow.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah. A fire monkey.
That must be a whole nother level of monkey right there.
That is the next band name for sure. Forget Sprung Monkey.
Fire monkey.
Fire
I
monkey.
bet you search YouTube right now. There's probably a fire monkey out there already.
Yeah, or a cocktail. I'll take a monkey. And we're going to check out a recap from heat number 2 with Makua Rothman, Dusty Payne, Koa Smith, Baron Mamiya, and Jay Davies. Makua started off with a JBG little backside snap right there.
The youngster, Baron Mamiya, he threaded a couple of backdoor barrels himself.
This one was the Super Cash Standing Tall photo opportunity that he got out there.
Makua Kai Rothman pulling in, and then just see him going over the falls as he was trying to take that highline exit.
And Dusty Payne, solid scores at backdoor as well for heat number 2. So Every surfer getting in the mix so far in each round. In each heat, I should say.
And the beach announcing / coaching from Liam McNamara continues, telling the surfers to don't sit in a pile, spread out. There's a lot of opportunity.
Go here, come over there. And also, it's good for the beachgoers. They're getting some explanation of the lineup here at Pipeline as well from the beach announcing, and sunny skies, and also great conditions for spectating. Pipeline just 100 yards away. It's front row seats wherever you are on the beach here. Some waves coming through on the inside, that left peeling off right there on screen, but no takers. Once again, mahalo to Dahui, all of our great sponsors, Konos for the breakfast, Aloha Salads for our lunch, all of our teams, mahalo very much, Team Hurley, Team Quicksilver, Team Volcom, North Shore Surf Shop, and Dahui has 2 teams also that are involved, so mahalo. We're broadcasting from the second story Volcom House Alpha, the Jerry Lopez mansion right here on the beach at Pipeline. We've got our judges, beach announcers, spotters all at the Quicksilver House, a couple of rows down. So mahalo to the Quicksilver and Volcom House for their hospitality. Also mahalo to Duke Kahanamoku and all of his contributions to Hawaiian surfing, to surfing in general. And mahalo to all of you watching on immersedtv.com and explore.org/waves. And, of course, all of our production crew for putting this live on the web. The Waterman League, mahalo for your production crew and staff getting this event live on the web so that we could have viewers from all over the world. Had some viewers from England. Had a lot of viewers from here in Hawaii who couldn't make it down and enjoyed catching the action on the web. Some pretty good waves on the way right now. And Kona Oliveira, late at backdoor, not going to come out. 2 more waves out the back. Who's going to be in position? No takers on wave number 2. And actually a stack of waves still approaching. This is Joel Centeo in for Amayan Goodwin for Team Hurley. And the Eva Beach native, now Haleiwa resident, pulls in, comes out. Picture perfect conditions. Waves are just the right size for pipe and backdoor. And you know when pipe is firing at 7:30 in the morning without the need of a cure of morning sickness, that it's going to be a pretty epic day, at least until we can have it before the wind starts to come, if any. We hope the wind stays off, but with these sea breeze conditions, we could see a little bit of chop later in the day, but should be enough to get at least 1 round. Round number 2 completely through. Here is Ezekiel Lau up and riding. Big late drop, but cannot get off the bottom in time to make that barrel. He goes down. Climbs back on his board. Has 1 more on the head. Duck dives. Gets a small kind of washing machine.
Here we go, taking a look. If we get the camera on it, pulling in Eli Olsen, deep throaty backdoor barrel.
Ooh.
Second section gets him, unfortunately, for Eli.
Just inches, maybe a foot or so out of position to get that wave and make it. I mean, it was a great, valiant attempt, but just a little bit too deep. Had he been another stroke or two over, it would have been in the excellent range. But good effort. And great show of bravado there from Eli Olsen.
Yeah, off screen right now, Hawaiian Water Patrol picking up both Eli and Ezekiel. I'm going to shuttle them back out, which is a nice added component that we have today is our jet ski assistance from Hawaiian Water Patrol. You can see the conditions out on the water still nice and smooth. Wind has not kicked up at all yet. Variable conditions is what's on tap here wind-wise. For the entire forecast period. So 7 days of variable winds, which we should be experiencing here in Hawaii. Variable light winds, of course. Sometimes you get the sea breezes, sometimes not. We'll see how it turns out today. But right now, conditions still pristine. 27 minutes. And 40 seconds counting down. Jolson Taylor's on the board with a 4. Eli Olsen a 3. Ezekiel Lau a 2.33, and he's just going to get a small score for that second wave. Still waiting for opening ride from Bruce Irons, who's in this heat. And we got more sets approaching right now, so perhaps more opportunity for our surfers in this Heat 3, round number 2 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. In memory and celebration of the life and legacy of Duke Kahanamoku. Of course, Duke Kahanamoku, a legendary surfer, a Olympic medal-winning swimmer, a world-class volleyball player, as well as Hollywood actor, and a Honolulu County sheriff. So many different hats that the great Duke Paoa Kahanamoku played. But one of the foremost things that we talk about with Duke Kahanamoku is really bringing back the art of surfing. That was, took a little bit of a break during some hectic missionary times.
Yeah, surfboards were school tables and benches.
Yeah, right? Had a little break during those, pretty structured times, and came back. Duke Kahanamoku, one of the forefathers of bringing it back, and then kind of because of his popularity and his celebrity status as an Olympic gold medal winner, was able to take that surfing and spread it throughout the United States and the world.
Yeah, had the unique ability to travel during those times when everything was by boat.
Yeah.
So it took a long time to get places.
Steamships.
Yeah, and on every trip, Duke would bring a surfboard and put on a display that, I mean, you look at the accounts, the historical accounts of people that were there to witness it, and it's just amazing to hear them describe what's going on and how remarkable it is, and how how in awe and inspiring it was to all those people that were there on the beach watching this. Only one guy doing it. And the first time they've ever seen somebody do something like this was Duke Kahanamoku. And those historical accounts are amazing. I invite all of you to check out some of the displays at the Bishop Museum.
Yeah.
Highly recommended. Even
You can hear all the backstories there, and so many actual pieces of equipment that Duke Kahanamoku used, So brilliant history. Of course, people back then, like you were saying, traveling by steamship. And so we're going to go with another Hawaiian word for right now. Well, the biscuits are bacon. Steamship, Hawaiian, mokuahi.
Mokuahi.
Now, the interesting thing is, Rocky, as we have this break, is moku is the word for vessel or a ship, but moku can also mean an island. And
a district.
Or a district. So there was not a lot of differentiation between Hawaiians between a ship and an island. It's all the same where you
A
all
floating
need all the
island.
crew to help, like on a ship. Same thing with the island. So my point that I'm going to make right now is don't move to the Moku, don't move to the island unless you can help the whole crew of the ship, whether it's the island or whatever. Don't just move over and say, hey, I'm going to go surf.
Carrying
No.
over from day number 1,
Yeah, no.
public service announcement number 11.
You can come over and surf, but not just surf. Surf and be a doctor. Surf and be a teacher. Surf and be a plumber. Surf and do something. But don't go and hold your cardboard sign on the side of Kamehameha Highway and just be a surfer and ask for money, because that's not helping the Moku.
No, and that could get you run over.
Oh, boy. My director is shaking his head right there with the public service announcement. I know it was a long one, but we got to the point.
Yeah.
Everybody, it's a community living as a village. Everybody has to do something.
Unity.
Unity.
Community. So that's what a community is. You come with unity in mind, and that's how we do it here on the island. As we see Joel Centeo.
See, Joe, he got a job. He works for Hurley. He's in charge of the wetsuits and the slipper division over there. He is for real. Like Dracula. They got
Oh,
some
yeah.
mean slippers.
That's kind of a Hawaiian
Oxymoron
right there.
Yeah. The wetsuit slipper combo.
Yeah, it's not too common. You're wearing both. But the job security. When it's warm, you sell slippers. When it's cold, you sell wetsuits. Right there.
Looks like his boss, Seth McKinney, gave him the day off of work so he can come here and enjoy the backdoor shootout.
Oh, I'm sure he's still got his phone linked up to his email when he hits the beach.
Yeah.
As we all do these days.
Thank you, Seth. Great surfer in his own right.
Yeah, Seth is such a great guy to be around and surf with. And lucky for Joel, he gets to work with him.
Yep. Also, Freddie P's sister, Leilani, who works in that office.
Yep.
Leilani Patache. Here we go with Kona Oliveira. Under the lip, can he come out?
Oh, the board made him
Dahui.
out. They're going to give him partial credit for the travel, but
Wow.
that was deep. Been using that word throaty quite a bit this morning. Just means that it's super hollow, super shallow reef. Would be the best definition I could give you of that adjective. But just got in the barrel, and then the presence of mind to get one pump. Almost made it. The board was right there. You know, his body was so close, but for the maximum points, got to come out attached to the board.
Yeah, Kona saying, Kona Koko on this one. And maybe I'll come out.
And more biscuits moving into the warm part of the oven.
You got to be in the sun. There you go.
Collect some of that free vitamin D. And that one wahine with the dog still on the phone. That's
a long
amazing.
conversation. Women can do that.
Man,
Girls can talk, man.
I know.
But we talk all
I'm
day,
surprised
but I
that
cannot talk on the phone that long.
I'm surprised that the phone is still going.
Right?
Must be on like 3% right now. Here we go. Joel Centeo on a little backdoor wave. Gets a little too
Karate
casual.
chop right there.
Small kind clothesline. Ultimate Warrior kind. Hulk Hogan. Showing a blast back to the WWF. Little decapitation. One of the guys who had the best in-action decapitations was in the extra section of Surfer. Remember that last kind of blooper section?
Yeah.
Our co-MC from day one, Jason Lau, had a VLAN shot of him getting
Axed in the head?
axed in the head, but holding it still. And then the spray came down and made like this white beard.
Wow.
So it was kind of a Santa Claus effect.
I had an extra section one time. I don't know if you were reading yet then.
Must have been a while ago.
It was a while ago. It was my extra, though. I was doing an aerial, and the board flipped over, so I was like standing on the bottom of the board. But it was shot from, looking in the channel, so you could see the deck of my board.
Yeah. Mid kick flip.
Airs weren't quite perfected quite yet then. So we see we're at the halfway point right now, a little bit past. 18 minutes counting down for Joel Centeo, Bruce Irons, Ezekiel Lau, Eli Olsen, and Kona Oliveira. And the beach commentary, I'm loving it because Liam McNamara continues to give everybody directions on where to sit. Here goes Eli. Not look at, and didn't look good for him. Bruce being really quiet and selective, but I think that's a lot of Bruce Irons style, where he's going to wait for that really good one. And then hopefully gentleman rules come into play where all these other surfers realize, hey, Bruce, he's been waiting. When the big peak comes in, he's going to get a stab at it.
Here we go, checking out this left, pulling in Ezekiel Lau. That one just a runner on first reef at Pipe. Sneaks in for the 2-for-1 special.
That was the special right there. That's going to be a big score for Zeke Lau.
Wow, that was a sick takeoff. That one lined up down the line. It was pushing super west. The one before it kind of had that angle, but not the hollowness. And then it almost like that first wave kind of clears the slate for the second wave and makes it more hollow.
Yeah. Let's get another look at that one from Ezekiel Lau, the young Hawaiian from Kapalama Heights. Over there overlooking Honolulu, but spends a lot of time here at the Quicksilver House when it comes wintertime, and all of these reefs come alive with action.
Yeah, everybody on the board, except for Bruce Irons, being patient, waiting for that perfect wave. Highest score of the heat is a 4.0.
And there's Kona Oliveira.
So a lot of waves coming in. Saw Kona Oliveira right there getting busy. Ezekiel Lau before him, back-to-back pipe and backdoor barrels. And we look out to the horizon, and there are a lot of waves. You can see them on your screen there at the top of the screen, still rolling in, and we're going to get a lot of action here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, that's right. Great conditions holding up. Light offshore wind. So that pipeline barrel for Ezekiel Lau, a 6.83.
Oh, that's enough for the best wave of the heat so far. Of course, as it stands on the entire contest scale, that's mid-range when you go up to the 12-point category. So
that's right.
Going to need a lot better than 6.83s to be in top contention here, but it's a good start. It's a good way to get your bearings and see him describing the wave to Joel Centeo. Another cool thing about this event is the pressure-free situation. Everybody's friends, telling each other about the waves, calling each other into waves, like, go so-and-so, go Joe, go Zeke, you know, and a lot more camaraderie in this type of event.
Yeah, I agree. So, gosh, maybe we can get that replay of Zeke's wave. Love to see it again. 6.83. That wave really impressed me, but maybe just kind of keeping it on the low side of the scale for this morning, expecting big things later, or?
You know, I think also when you're as skilled as some of these guys are, you have a hard time making it look hard. And sometimes you can make it look a little too easy. And that can be a detriment to your score just based on the way it appears at face value, even though it is a very difficult skill level required to do these things. There are times when it looks too easy and the score is hard to give a big score for something that looks so easy.
Yeah, he might have made it look a little bit casual, but gosh, he got
still a great wave.
He got that second section too, so he got the, like you said, the 2-for-1 special, and wow, I thought that thing stretched out pretty good. Here we got the gallery, cameras getting set up. Of course, nothing goes undocumented here as we see pulling in Eli Olsen with a nice little backdoor barrel.
Yep, clean, incredible photo opportunity for his sponsors on that one. Looking good at backdoor.
Next wave looks like a beauty. We'll see if anyone's in position. And just too
It's
much
got
of
that
a double
throaty
up.
double up. Yeah, just
Board breaker.
board, head, shoulder, hip
Yeah.
breaker, ass bead Durbridge,
Hey, concussion.
pelvis crusher.
Ooh. Hey, best wishes to be Durbridge on his
Yeah.
man. Gosh, that was a horrible injury that he sustained out here. He's got a plate and a rod in his pelvis, holding his pelvis together, and he's on the rehab right now.
Yeah, he had just a tumultuous wipeout during the
Tumultuous.
Pipe Masters that rendered him unable to continue that heat. Was actually carted off in the ambulance to the hospital for emergency care.
Here we go. Kalani Chapman's going to be coming up in the next heat. And it looks like, wow, look, he's got some classic equipment there. Looks like he's got a brewer under his arm. How is that? Pretty mean. Maybe his Uncle Owl shaped that under the Dick Brewer label.
Yeah.
Glass by legendary glasser here on the North Shore, Jack Reeves.
Here we go on the paddle. That is Eli Olson. And Eli pumping it back door, still going.
Hikino!
Traveling. Oh! See the board pop through the white water.
All right, Hikino. That's my next translation, Rocky.
Hikino.
Hikino.
Okay.
That means okay, you can do it. It's almost like a cry of like, hey, let's go do this. Hikino.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Yeah. Hikino. Use it in your.
Right.
Hey.
When you use it like that, it's probably the best correlation of all right.
All right. That's right. So we like it. We love to use Olelo. We're going to keep on using Hawaiian words on this broadcast because we like it. And another thing is, if you don't use it, you lose it. So you don't have to use whole sentences. You don't have to have a kumulipo. You don't have to compose a whole oli. You just got to do a couple words in your sentences every once in a while in your paragraphs. Or maybe even a couple of times a day if you're
Holy moly.
I don't know what the Hawaiian word for spit is, unfortunately.
Well,
I'm going to have to look that one up.
if the Hawaiian word for the mist coming off the top of the wave is ehukai, mist coming through the wave, because I'm sure these waves have been spitting for thousands of years, as we see Bruce Irons, just a quick in and out.
Oh, so with that logic, it would be ehunalu.
Ehunalu could be.
This is when the Olelo Noheau friends of mine start texting saying, no, it is not. And remember to recognize that Okina and the Kahako.
Very, very important uses of pronunciation for Hawaiian words can mean two totally different things. If you leave the Okina out or you add in Okina where it's not supposed to be,
Right.
you could be communicating something
Completely
quite different.
Yeah.
Possibly even opposite in some cases. Speaking of meaning something completely opposite, my auto text, autofill, auto spell
Ooh, fun with those.
is many times way off.
Yeah.
And it's like, really? You thought I was meaning to say this when I got all these words around it?
You can get into a lot of trouble with those with that autocorrect right there.
Yeah, autocorrect,
Miscommunication.
butt dialing, all of the smartphones are
Sometimes not that smart.
sometimes it could be your best friend or your insider worst enemy.
I get in an argue with Siri all the time. She
Yeah,
just
she
doesn't
can-
understand
She
me.
can be such a witch sometimes.
Bad day for Siri.
We're
Kaimana
just-
Henry coming
I
up. in
try
the
not
next
to
heat.
go there on the third weekend of the
Oh,
month.
jeez.
She's got a little smartphone mutty going on.
Are you gonna give the translation for that? Wow.
I think people can pretty much read it as Kaimana Henry. Kaimana, the ocean power. It's got some power to display in the ocean on a regular basis, up for a wave of the winter. Possible entry for his wave at pipe a week ago. That was absolutely amazing. Great to see him back in the water, getting good waves. Was on Maui for most of his life. Excelled as an amateur competitor, moved into the pro ranks, and took a step back for a while, and is now back in the surf scene doing great things. And more great waves on the way. Pipeline providing wave after wave, barrel after barrel opportunity. It looks like somebody getting some treatment from Hawaiian Water Patrol. Dr. Leland Dow, mahalo to his crew. The Kaenakai Clinic on standby for first responding. Trying to get a look at who that is. Looks like a water photographer getting some attention. So nobody exempt from the wrath of the reef at Pipeline. Water photographers got to put themselves in those precarious positions, and oftentimes find them taking a beating for the shot. Talk about taking one for the team or taking one for the shot. Photographers command a lot of respect for the efforts to get some of these photographs.
Yeah, and the angles these days are crazy. You get the underneath the surfer angle, you
man.
get the behind the surfer angle. You
Yeah.
get the, I'm going over the falls, but I'm getting the
shot
angle.
Of course, one of those guys making a big name for himself in getting pounded but getting good shots is Clark Little.
Yeah.
Been doing that for years without a camera, and thank goodness he had the idea to, if I'm body surfing and I'm getting these amazing views, I wish other people could see this type of thing. Great going there.
Yeah. Paid off for Clark. He's got a gallery right here in Haleiwa. There, he looks okay. Maybe. Oh, look at Chin. Got the chin buster.
Chin strap.
Chin buster. Could have been the camera hit his face right there. Happens.
Yeah, when you're up close trying to get that shot and you're holding, it's about 5 to 10 pounds on the smaller side.
Look at Leland's pointing up to the house going, okay, I can stitch you right up here.
Yeah.
Anybody got a
step up to
candle?
my office.
Anybody got a candle and a needle?
Some hot wax.
We're
We'll
going to
seal it right up.
That's right. Don't complain. It's free.
Yeah, how's your coverage? I had to get one of those one time. Dr. Dilcher down the road.
Yeah. I've had many stitches in the field.
Was actually had stitches in the field from Leland Dow during a pipe master in my palm. I
It's like a souvenir.
Got the reef pretty good. Needed 5 stitches, so
Yeah.
he sewed it up right there on the beach.
Souvenir, man. Right?
Yep.
You pay for tattoos, but scars are for free.
Unless you don't have health insurance. I got a $500 scar beneath my tattoo on my leg. Finn severed my outside tendon, the fin of my surfboard.
Yeah.
Had to get the tendon sewn back together.
Ooh.
Had to get the skin sewn back together.
Ooh.
The tendon retracted like a rubber band, so I had to get an extra cut up to retrieve it. So it was a
Had to pull it back down, yeah.
upside down T-shaped
Pull 'em
scar.
back down, yeah. Surfing injuries happens. Got to pay to play. It's all dues you pay.
Yeah.
I got a bionic ankle. 1 screw. 7 pins on the other side. Compliments of a aerial gone
Awry.
really, really bad. Super bad.
Worst as you can have it.
As-
Besides losing your life on an
Yeah.
aerial, the
Yeah.
next worst thing is breaking your ankle.
Yeah. Yeah. Foot flopped up. I saw it flop
Ooh.
over.
Owie.
And right there, I went into immediate shock and the international distress sign, waving your arms, help me. I think I'm going to pass out because my foot is not attached to my leg. Anyway, there's our gallery right there. There's that Bruno on the camera talking to Danilo.
Yeah.
Part of our Brazilian contingency here on the North Shore. Bom dia. Good morning.
Good morning.
in Portuguese. You know what? A lot of these Brazilians ripping and stuff, Rocky. I'm learning a little bit more, Portuguese.
Yeah.
Just so I can communicate a little bit more effectively. Of course, I am part Portuguese. My ancestors came back in the late 1800s, probably from the Azores Islands.
Yep.
And so I am part Portuguese.
Came
but
over as-
nobody taught me any of the Portuguese
Yeah.
stuff.
Plantation managers.
Yeah, plantation. Yeah, we were kind of like the
You're a target.
not the very bottom, but
Right.
right in the middle.
Middle managers. Those are always the best. They get the squeeze from upper management to make the laborers perform better, and they get the scowls and the cynicism from the lower laborers of who you ba telling me what for do.
That's right. But I didn't get any
Tough
of that.
position to be in.
Didn't get any of that Portuguese schooling. So well versed in Hawaiian.
Catching up on it
Now
now.
I'm catching up.
course,
Really late in life.
Brazil is they do not speak Brazilian. They wear Brazilians in the way of bikinis, but they speak Portuguese, of course, and a lot of them descendants directly from Portugal.
Portugal, yeah. How'd that happen, man? You were a teacher. There's a conquistadors or something came over there and just conquered them or something? What happened?
Everybody from the European area had it on their heart to be explorers and to be colonizers, not only to discover new places, but to bring their values and traditions to those new places. A lot of times with the minimal respect for what was already there, and such is life, the way it was designed way back then. So you have England, Spain, Portugal, France, Germany, all part of that kind of colonial mindset, but also a discoverer's mindset. You think about it, back then, you got to be one crazy bugger to get on a ship and just sail into the open sea without hardly any coordinates.
Yeah. And you know what else? You got to be one crazy bugger to be wearing that much clothes when it's that hot outside, too. Coats, undercoats,
How you gonna
overcoats.
swim?
How you going to swim?
But you think of all the historical figures we read about, all the guys from Portugal, from Spain, the explorers coming out and landing on new lands. Think of how many guys went out that we don't hear of that never make them.
They're gone. Gonzo. Yeah.
Just get in. See you guys later.
That's where the pirates... and we'll never know, right?
We'll never know.
The real number of how many of those ships just went gone. Well, with that thought, that's the end of
heat number three is gone for round two.
Gonzo. Just like one of those galleons to the bottom of the ocean. All gone. On to heat number
Jones
4.
Locker. Heat 4, Reef McIntosh from Kauai, Nathan Florence from the North Shore, Kalani Chapman from the North Shore, Kaimana Henry from Maui, and Luke Shepherdson from the North Shore as well. So 3 North Shore representatives, 1 Kauai and 1 Maui. Eli Olsen streaking across your screen, getting his last wave to the beach. And Heat 4 starting just in time with some epic waves on the way.
We got a big set coming through right now. We'll see how it hits the reef, and we'll see if anyone's in position for it.
So 2 more heats to go. I do see Nathan Florence dropping in, pulling in, still going deep and coming out. And
Nasty.
a beautiful, nasty snap off the top. So, yeah.
Nasty Nate saying, yeah, my brother surfs good, but guess what? I got some skills too. Nathan Florence, great replay. Deep, Gonzo comes out. And just exclamation mark right here, slashes, beautiful turn.
Here we go, paddling. Kaimana Henry looking at the left. And a big bottom turn, tucks it in, grabs a rail, down the line, over the sandbar, comes out.
Beautiful.
He's had perfect scores here in the backdoor shootout in years past.
So Big Boy just driving through that barrel using all of his power and coming out right at the sandbar. Let's check this replay again of Kaimana Henry. Real patient off the bottom. Pumps, get that big pump in. Well, stretches in front of him. Gonzo, where is he? Comes out right as it closes out on the sandbar.
Did some traveling with Kaimana to the East Coast way back when, early 90s, and we're 13 and 15 years old, and I was always tall, but Kaimana was tall and wide, and he was making quite an impression on some East Coast waves and some East Coast surfers. They were just looked like, who and what and where is this guy from? He is a monster, and he's 15. It was quite the experience traveling up and down the East Coast with Kai Henry, Paul Cheplick, rest in peace, Eric Diaz, rest in peace, brothers, Nainoa Surratt, and just that whole crew of
Because we're just in Florida.
MCD team riders, up and down the Florida coast for a U.S. championship.
Nice.
That was at Sebastian, but we were kind of moving between there.
Did you see a manatee at Sebastian?
I did not see a manatee. I've seen them before, but not while we were surfing.
Did you guys get good waves at Sebastian?
It was all right. It was doing its thing.
I heard they
the
changed
rebound.
that. I heard they changed that jetty thing, and
Oh,
that the
really?
waves kind of not the same gone, which is a tragic thing for Florida because Florida doesn't have that many good waves, and that was a good wave.
Yeah.
And then the fishermen went and spoiled it right over there by changing the whole,
Way to-
that jetty or
Yeah.
pier, whatever you want to call it.
Way to go. Here we go. Up and riding on his forehand. Kalani Chapman tucking into a pipe wave. Still going. Comes out the bottom. So excellent score right there for Kalani Chapman. First wave coming in for Nathan Florence, 8.5. So Nathan Florence on the board with an excellent score.
Yep.
Kaimana gets a 6.5. And we'll see what this score is right here. Really deep.
So disappearing completely, Kalani Chapman, then reappearing. So that should be a good score. 35 minutes counting down, so plenty of time in this heat and already some fireworks. I like it.
Yeah, I would say it's right between Kaimana and Nathan Florence. Nate Florence still with the best wave of the day so far.
Yeah.
And Kalani Chapman probably right behind him right there. More impressive was that strategic exit point that he had to negotiate coming out the bottom like that. It wasn't a perfect parallel streamline exit. He had to get down low, sneak out through the bottom, and anytime you're doing that at pipe, you're always aware or on alert of that crashing lip.
Yeah. If you mistime that and the lip hits you square in the dome, that is going to leave a mark or at least leave a feeling.
An impression on you.
An impression on you, yeah. Chiropractic visit, maybe. So we're still on standby for that last score of Kalani Chapman, and beach is heating up. Beach has been shrinking over the last couple of days.
Jake Patterson. Oh, wait, no, sorry. That's our friend Marshall.
Yeah. Oh, mate, come on. So,
Jake Patterson 10 years ago. Somebody at Off the Wall earning a reaction, however you earn it, either with gnarly donuts or a great wave.
you're going to hear it.
Anytime you get this crowd up in these houses, anytime you get their attention, you're doing something spectacular, either on one end of the scale or the other. So score coming in for Kalani Chapman, an 8.1. So just as we said, right between Nathan Florence 8.5 and Kaimana's 6.5. A bit closer to the 8.5, which I think is appropriate for that score.
Yeah. So that could be a keeper at the end of this.
The one that we're going to have Corey's with, I think, for the rest of the day is Dusty Payne's 4.5. I am just still in awe that
Yeah.
that score was so low.
Stingy.
Stingy.
Kind of stingy right there with that score. Going to give it a recap of his heat.
His friends there only can imagine what it's like. He's got an injury,
Small
so
kind
checking
cut.
that out. So that's part of the everyday bumps and bruises, cuts and nicks and scars you get from surfing pipe and backdoor. It is part of the territory, comes with the territory of surfing pipe, where it's not a matter of if, it's when.
Yeah, so shallow. A lot of different varied, not a flat surface, but a lot of different highs and lows in there.
Here comes a teepee right here. This could be an incredible scoring opportunity. And that looks like, who's that on the end over there? At back door,
Luke Shepherdson.
Luke Shepherdson. It shaped up a little bit more than it was going to be. And nonetheless, a barrel comes out. Clean score, good wave, but not going to be the most critical wave. It looked like it was going to be.
Just didn't do that stretch right there. Kind of teepeed out, turned into a peak, and we'll take another look at it for Luke. Pulls in, nice, but just a short barrel.
And it didn't bottom out the way that some
Right.
of these waves are doing. So it was kind of one of those highliner, top of the wave barrels. I mean, anybody would be stoked with that wave. But for the scores we're looking for today, to get in that 8.5, 9-point range, you got to get one of those ones that's sucking out super shallow.
Yeah, well, these guys still got a chance. 40-minute heats today, and we're down to 30 minutes for Reef McIntosh, Nathan Florence, Kalani Chapman, Kaimana Henry, and Luke Shepherdson. So far, it is Nasty Nate Florence with the highest score of the day, that 8.5.
And these kinds of skills these guys put on out there. Luke Shepherdson got a perfect 10 during the pipe trials. We had Reef McIntosh, a past winner here before. Kaimana Henry has gotten perfect scores during this backdoor shootout in the past. Kalani Chapman, Wave of the Winter recipient. Nathan Florence, highest wave of the day so far today. So everybody doing great work here in heat number 4.
And conditions continue to be
Oh,
just supreme. Here we go, dropping in,
Kaimana.
pulling in. Kaimana Henry, big throaty barrel spit, and he comes out after the spit for Kaimana Henry.
And you talk about right place, right time, prime, perfect positioning. Casual, but still that hint of mystery if he's going to make it or not. And then the skillful kick out right away. Of course, the beach loves going over the top. Look at that barrel stance right there.
Just high and dry, big old spit for the Ocean Power, Kaimana.
So we should see that one creep up near or into the excellent range.
Yeah, no, let's just show an 11 or a 10.5 or something already. Let's just break the ceiling at this point. You know what I mean? You got till 12.
Yeah. You got
So-
some room there.
Don't be stingy.
You got some wiggle room. And, the comparison from day 1 to day 2. Day 1, the guys were hunting for the barrels. Today, the barrels are just prevalent.
Yeah.
They're just coming in left and right, easy to find, which I think makes for a better scoring day, where that first day you're really hunting for those gems. It was a needle in a haystack type of a day, and you get those big scores here and there. But today, I think you got to kick the level and the criteria up a notch.
Yeah, I agree with you. That first day was like panning for gold. You had to go through a lot of gravel to find a couple nuggets.
Yeah.
You know? Today, you're just going to the bank today, making withdrawals.
Yeah, just pick your line, bro. They're all flowing.
Tip your hat to the teller on the way out.
Yep.
Turn around and salute him.
So just having a look down on the beach, we've got an epic, what do you say, a 180-degree view of the beach and of the ocean right here from the second story of the Volcom House. And you'll see some of the beachgoers starting to make their way down and take part in spectating the action. But if you see some of the lifeguard signs, they have the flags on top, and the flags are starting to move just a little bit. And we'll keep an eye on those for you throughout the day. And mahalo to the production crew, Brother Kaala, delivering some waters and some Kona Red Hawaiian coffee berry superfruit juice.
That's right. Kona Red, a support of ours, and so we want to mahalo Kona Red for their great series of different drinks, all derived from
What you get?
the coffee shells with high antioxidant and energy. I got the coffee berry coconut water combination. What do you have?
I got the superfruit juice.
Ooh.
Yeah, I like the fruity one.
Extra fruits in there. Dragon fruit, lychee, rambutan, any kind.
Here we go. Look at this. Late drop on the left.
Reefy.
And Reef Macintosh on the left. And that backdoor wave getting all the cheers. Luke Shepherdson. And that was a backdoor wave that had that deep hollowness that we were talking about.
Hopefully we had a camera on it.
Drainer.
Here it is. Replay. No, this is Reef on the left.
Just a little shampoo shower for Team Quicksilver Reef Macintosh, past winner. And a stylish multi-snap kickout.
That was the edit version right there.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
The remix.
Add a little music video to that. Chicka, chick, 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 chick.
So that last wave, Kaimana Henry, comes in at 8.6, so he does now possess the highest single wave score of the day so far. But we're going to be on standby for that last Luke Shepherdson. Maybe one of our cameras down the beach caught that. Anyone get the right?
And here we go, up and riding. Kaimana Henry muscling through that one and not going to do it. That one just kind of crumbled at the top. And Brother Kaimana could not make the exit. Here we go. Kalani Chapman looking back door. Can't get over the hump.
See one more wave outside, Rocky. We'll see.
Dude, these waves, seriously, both waves firing. It's like they have food poisoning, shooting out both ends.
Here we go, on the paddle. Nate Florence in the barrel, traveling, long one spits. One more section,
breathing.
traveling. Come on, breathing. Hikino. Away.
That one had some hope midway through, but then you saw that backwash, a little bit flexing of the wave in and out, and expanding, contracting. And that a lot of times can be the culprit in tripping up a surfer as they travel through a long barrel.
Here we go, Luke Shepherdson. Nice barrel, double arm drag to stall a little bit harder.
Lukey getting spooky.
Oh, brother. Yeah, you know that other wave from Luke Shepherdson is definitely going to be one
Of the top scores.
of the top scores. Previous wave.
So that was Luke's last backdoor wave, a little double hand drag at the end.
So beautiful conditions continue, and we're hoping that this sticks around with 22 minutes counting down. 22 minutes in this Heat 4, round number 2 of the Hui Backdoor Shootout. 20 years of this event. And epic day, Rocky.
Yeah, we've got 6 heats total for each round. So we're going to get through Heat 5 and through Heat 6. And then we'll be on a bit of a standby to observe the conditions. Some of the flags on the beach are moving in the direction of a little bit of a sea breeze, but not affecting the waves that much. Maybe just to the naked eye, they're not affecting it, but to the trained eye, like we can see, there's a hint, little bit of just a feather of texture out there.
Well, we see some waves coming through here, Rocky, but the big news is previous wave of Luke Shepardson, a 9.83, so we now have the highest single wave of the Hui Backdoor Shootout, now possessed by Luke Shepardson.
And that's a great feeling for a young North Shore underground competitor who is trying to make a name for himself and is doing it with big scores. Saw him get a perfect 10 during the Pipe Invitational. Seeing him now with a near perfect 10 during the Backdoor Shootout and putting his name on the map. And he had a left during the pipe for his perfect 10.
Yeah, that was
doing it backdoor and pipe.
So big confidence booster for Luke Shepardson. Something we knew already. We seen this kid kind of come up, pretty lightweight, skinny kid, but just charges.
Yeah, he's unassuming physically, but between the ears, he is mental. In a good way of going out there and just charging, getting some of the biggest, best waves of the year.
He reminds me of like a Hank Gasco or something. You see him on land and you're like, oh, the guy's like, oh, whatever, and then you go see him in the water and you're like, whoa.
Yeah. Eye-opening for sure. Well, just about under 20 minutes remaining here in Heat 4. And right now we're just really dialed into the conditions and hoping that we can get through the next 2 heats with the same spectacular conditions of surf. I think we will, but I do think we could be on a bit of a standby once we finish Heat 6.
Once we finish this round.
And reassess the conditions.
I know. I felt a little bit of the makani, a little bit of the wind.
Makani
right
li'i.
Li'i, small kind wind. But it is puffing right there on my arm. So...
On my left arm.
Don't like that one.
There's some of the spectators hanging out on the beach with us, taking a seat, standing. The coolest thing about surfing and being able to see these top-notch athletes compete right here is that it's no admission ticket.
No.
Free parking,
free
beach access. And, it's not like you can just roll up to a practice field all the time and watch, the best sportsmen do their thing.
Yeah, come on down.
For free anyway.
For free. Still room in the A lot and B lot's wide open.
Parking is no problem.
Parking's no problem here.
And more evidence that the bakery is up and running with more biscuits being thrown in the oven on the burners. Warming up.
All right. Well, of course, this wouldn't be possible without all of the help from the surf companies who are participating with teams here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Thank you to Hurley, Quicksilver, Volcom, Ruka, the North Shore Surf Shop, and also the Hui Wax.
Yeah, and I got a drawer full of the Hui Wax, and it works excellent for keeping my feet stuck on the surfboard. And even works good for the dogs, bro. The paws.
You wax the dog's paws.
No, I wax the board.
Oh, the board.
Their paws can stick good on the board.
Because sometimes people wax their feet.
Yeah.
Because if there's a little bit of limu, like on the rocks,
Yeah.
slippery.
Yep. Feet sometimes oily a little bit too.
Yeah.
Wax the feet, wax the top of your feet, and get them both.
Yeah. But no waxing the paws.
No waxed paws. They do get pedicures though every so
Pedicures.
often.
Yeah. There you
Nah.
go. Oh, nah. You're only joking. I can just see a little Vietnamese lady with a dog. You know what I mean? Like,
It's like, do you have any idea who I am, lady? These paws are royalty.
I'm a star. Just
but yeah.
what day is it that you go out there and do the? Is it still a weekly thing?
No, we've actually it became so popular that
now you got to pay money to go with the dogs.
we made it so popular that it's by appointment only.
Wow.
Yeah. So we get quite a few bookings per week. Like we said, among kids, it's great for the surfing, tandem surfing with me, the dog, everybody on a big board. But for the adults, that maybe, it's a weight issue of what we can handle tandem on the board. So Sup with a Pup has been very popular.
Sup with the pup. I like it.
But I've also recently, with the people who are just the right size and want to try it, what I do is I paddle out with the dog, and then my guest has their surfboard, regular surfboard, like a soft top.
Yeah.
And then when the wave comes, the dog does a transfer to their board, and I push them both. So the dog surfs with the guest without me, as somebody who's just got their car broken into. We'll check on that and give you the updates.
Security. Hey, you know what though, Rocky? I think it would be good if we could evolve the whole surfing thing. If you get a third dog in your cano or in your family.
Yeah.
Get a little Chihuahua, a little Chihuahua.
Yeah.
And then you can do high performance dog surfing on like a short board because you have that really lightweight
Yeah.
bugger. You can maybe Velcro them on the nose.
Get a little
get
fun
barrel
shape.
that pipeline.
Yeah, just pull in and make that little bugger get spit out. I'm sure Humane Society would love to see a picture of that.
Well, if the dog has a little vest, little
Yeah.
like PFD, then it's probably cool.
And a scuba tank. I got to say mahalo to the Mauliola Foundation, doing great things here in Hawaii and across the United States and around the world, helping kids with cystic fibrosis. Brother Kala, the VP of Operations, and Jason Maggs, all part of the Hawaii crew that helps kids get treatment for
Yeah.
cystic fibrosis by getting saline treatments naturally through the ocean by surfing, which is way more fun than being in a hospital room.
That's right. And more translations for you. Mauli Ola. Mauli breath, and Ola means life, so it's the breath of life. And that's the name of the organization that does all that great work with cystic fibrosis. And thank you to the founders over there at Embry Genetics, the Dunlop brothers, for their giant give back that they do. I hear yelling from the beach announcer right now. So he is taunting our
Fired
surfers.
up.
He's saying somebody better paddle into this next one.
Man, what was it's Year of the Fire Monkey. And we are getting revved up for this set right here. And look it's Kalani Chapman on his backhand, super late drop. Oh, and just had to focus on making the drop. Couldn't quite set the edge to get around the corner and up into the barrel, but Kalani Chapman peering over the ledge and goes for it.
Yeah, that certainly was a go for it moment right there.
Oh, there's Hank Gaskell. Oh, wait, no. I thought one of the Hana brothers had his binoculars down here.
Yeah.
It's funny to see some of the pro surfing lookalikes cruising around the beach, whether intentional or unintentional.
Kalani getting a little bit of a lift back to the channel and expedite his way back out with 12 minutes and 20 seconds remaining.
The Hooded Warrior, Keone Keolana.
Oh, that's who that ninja is. Keone not afraid to take some waves straight on. Punching through.
Just about 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Looking over towards Ehukai Beach Park. You see the crowd and a random ladder.
Angles.
Just cruising them on the beach. Boogie boards, groms, everybody filling in to enjoy some of the splendors of this ocean swell that's got a little sandbar on the inside for the boogie boarding for the kids.
I'm liking that the conditions are still clean right now. And I'm looking out to the ocean, and a wind line hasn't quite developed yet. Again, we're hoping for these conditions to stay throughout the day. We've gotten past our low tide mark.
Yep.
And now the tide's going to be rising all the way till about 5 o'clock this afternoon. And
That's Makua Rothman on the beach announcing.
was that Makua right there?
And Dahui backdoor shootout in memory of that man right there, the great Duke Kahanamoku. Has done some great things for surfing for Hawaii, in Hawaii and abroad. You know, has created and carved a path that a lot of us must appreciate and have to give tribute to, you know, being the first one to kind of spread not only the art of surfing, but being able to teach somebody how to surf is also an art in itself.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, on a large scale, Duke Hanamoku at a time of, where people were still fighting for civil rights within the United States, made a giant statement as someone of darker complexion getting into swimming at the time, which was pretty unheard of at the time. And people were like, this can't be his real time. We got to have him swim in our pool.
Yeah.
We heard about that time over there in that pool. Let's go see him swim.
Right.
And proved all the naysayers wrong, that this guy was the fastest out there.
Well, interestingly enough, he was swimming in the natatorium,
That's right.
which is saltwater, which is more dense,
Yes.
which
And less buoyant.
In theory, is less buoyant. Factually, it is less buoyant. In theory, what they were thinking was that it was helping his swimming, or somehow wasn't even or fair or equal to swimming in a swimming pool. As you see, Dingo Morrison,
Yeah. Then they put the bottle in the freshwater, and then what happened?
the freshwater, he was still the fastest swimmer there.
Even faster. So here we go on the paddle. Taking a look at it, and a no-go. Beautiful wave, but just not the proper shape to that one. Stretching out, getting ready for his next heat. Look at that guy, Billy Kemper. And Dingo. Billy put on another great performance over there at Peahi this weekend. Another giant swell, another big barrel. Unfortunately, somebody bailed their board right in front of him. Ooh. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
I'd like to know the backstory of who that might be.
Who that
and
might be, exactly.
What the consequences were besides getting pounded on that wave.
He was coming out. So Billy is coming out of that barrel. There he is on your screen. Coming out of that big barrel at Peahi and just square in his way.
Would be interesting to know whether or not that person who bailed their board was qualified to be there or not.
Well, when I saw the video clip, either the guy was hurt or he was just not supposed to be there, because he wasn't even on his board paddling when that wave came. He was already in the water in the bail position. So he didn't even really give himself a chance. But perhaps he was hurt, and that's why. So we hopefully we can find out the backstory from Billy.
Yeah, it's curious. Because if it was somebody of qualification, then, just, hey, wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah.
If it wasn't somebody of qualification,
Away.
You could have got pounded more than just the wave.
Yeah. It's
So-
just dangerous, And again, public service announcement number 17.
Yep.
Be honest of your surfing abilities and choose waves that are appropriate for your skill level.
Especially be honest when you're renting a surfboard.
Just be honest to yourself.
Be honest to
of your
yourself
skill level
and
the appropriate spot in which you should
bring
surf.
it down a few notches to reality.
Now, if you're this guy, Mackay McNamara, then you can surf all the A spots, all of the heavy spots, all the dangerous spots.
Even with that awesome back brace that is covering majority of Landon's lower back. Hopefully he's feeling okay.
Probably has a little bit of lower back issues, some of that kinesiology tape. You ever try that stuff, Rocky?
I have not.
It works,
I'm about to give it a try.
Yeah,
My
it
lower
works.
back is killing me.
I don't know if it was just my mind or nothing, but I had myself taped up before. It was a shoulder injury, and it worked. Interesting. Or it could have just been my mind. Remember, I wore power balances for a good 5 years.
Yeah. You're still sporting it. You got one built into your watch. I know it.
Jason Lau, if you're watching this on TV, well, not TV, probably on your internet right now at work, we miss you.
Dearly. Everybody's asking.
Where's Lau Lau? Where's the Lau Lau?
Say, where's the Lau Lau? Oh, you got to go to the kai. Papa Oles. Haula.
Nathan. Florence. And
Nate
another
Flo.
barrel. Naflo.
Here we go, up and riding. That's Luke Shepherdson.
Luke Shep.
Spooky Lukey.
Oh, man. So 5 minutes remaining. We're at the 5-minute warning. We've got some expert beach commentary. We had Liam McNamara all morning. It sounds like Makuakai Rothman's just commandeered the mic.
Yeah, we had Freddie P on day number 1. So a couple of guest announcers making their way to the microphone and doing a good job.
I like it. And that's another thing that makes this event so fun, because it's very inclusive.
Yeah.
It really is a community event, and it's really enjoyable, the whole vibe that we get down here.
Yeah.
And the kind like, oh, hop on the microphone, go call a couple heats. No
Yeah.
problem, shoots.
Yeah, we need somebody. Okay, I'll do it. Yeah, sounds fun.
Rocky had to go take care of his baby. Here we see with Luke Shepherdson
Yeah.
in and out of that barrel. Rocky had to go take his baby, and then, you know what? Lau Lau just jumps right in.
Yeah.
Boom.
Go with the flow. If we were running yesterday, I would have had to bring
Uluvehi with you.
Uluvehi right up here.
Let's have another Hawaiian translation. Uluvehi.
Uluvehi is abundance. It
Yes.
can mean abundance.
Plentiful.
Plentiful.
Yeah.
Flourishing.
Flourishing, yeah.
And then it also pertains to something of beauty as well. So we like to say that her name refers to a flourishing beauty.
No, I love it.
And that's kind of where we settled on that. For a name, it was like just going through some different ones, and then that was the first one that came to my mind for a Hawaiian name. And there's one of the better seats of the house right there.
On the top. You know, Uluvehi reminds me of that wonderful auntie Kanakaole, Edith Kanakaole's Uluvehi o Kekai.
Yeah.
And which is a beautiful song, right? And
many renditions of that song.
Yeah, have been.
Which is very beautiful.
So.
And not the best seat in the house, but the best seat on the house.
Yeah.
Is Chris Latronic up there shooting for Free Surf and Board Stories.
And Kalani Chapman has to go around that section. So that was Chris up there.
Yep. So Kalani's got the 8.1, but his last 2 waves, he's been just out of the spot, a little late on the drops and unable to make it around into the barrel. So good score opening the heat, but would like to get at least another backup while the waves are this good to slide into his
Rocky, I have Chris Latronic trivia. If you got to check it out, you can YouTube it, whatever, search it, Google it. Chris Latronic, he started a movie called Haumana. Haumana translation means a student. And it's like the movie Haumana is like it's like the Karate Kid of hula.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So Chris is in this halau, which is like a hula school. That's a translation. Halau is like a
Yeah.
school
Hula
a
academy.
gathering, yeah, and it's like the karate. He has to come up through all of this stuff and then become like the gnarliest hula dancer, which is a big part of our culture as well. A lot of our
was
stories
just
tell through hula.
Going to ask earlier when we were talking about Duke and the way he revived surfing, as we see Nate Florence getting a nice backdoor wave on the inside.
Go Nate!
And
Hikino!
still coming out. So Nate Flo.
That was it. Gosh, he's on fire in this heat.
Yeah. Started off with an 8.83. Sorry, 8.5. Gets another good score right there. Here's Luke Shepardson on his backhand. But I was going to ask, hula and surfing kind of were put on the shelf by those missionary times and all of those strict times. Who would be considered the Duke Kahanamoku of hula, I wonder? Or there's probably a collection of individuals.
There's a collection, but just that anti, as we see this beautiful barrel here disappeared, Nasty Nate Florence, and then makes his way out. What a replay, what a wave. You know, if we look at hula, I think one I'm going to have to put on that list is Auntie Edith Kanako Ole. There's a whole stadium named after her in Hilo, and that's where we have the Merry Monarch Festival.
Which... Somebody please explain why we're still using the plywood floors. Like, isn't there some kind of cool dressing or, the stage is like all these rectangles and plywood, just straight plywood coming through.
That is funny, Rocky. I don't know. So
maybe there's some science behind it, but I would, I just get curious. Every time I watch the Merry Monarch, the performances are great, and I'm like, what are they dancing on? Look at Kaimana Henry dancing on the stage right now.
Wow.
Solo act at backdoor.
Right at the end of the heat, too. Boom. Wow. What a flurry we had of wonderful waves right at the end of that heat.
That was incredible surfing action.
Wow.
Heat number 5 underway.
Heat number 5 is underway. That horn ends. Heat number 4 starts. Heat number 5 with Billy Kemper, Makai McNamara, Dean Dingle Morrison, Takayuki Wakita, and Ezra Sitt.
As we look at heat number 5, going into heat number 6, the end of the round, looking at the conditions, they're still holding up really nicely.
We might get into a round 3, huh?
What the call could be, and which is totally feasible for this event, this type of event, is that we could have all the surfers meet and directors and say we're going to start round 3, but there is a chance
we don't finish
that we could not finish it, possibly wipe it clean, because everybody needs the same day of competition.
Right. I agree with that.
Same conditions. So we could be well into heat 2 of round 3, and then it turns on shore, and then we say, you know what, everybody come in, and round 3 is not started yet.
Yeah.
So we could test the conditions like that.
Hey.
Very much a possibility.
We get the permit. We might as well keep going. If the waves are here, we can't be walking away from this kind of stuff, I don't think.
Yeah.
Or we can have a quick announcers expression session.
That would be fun too.
But yeah, I think you're right, Rocky. If I wouldn't want to walk away from this.
The last score of Kaimana Henry was a 7.63, so
A little stingy.
pretty good score. Here we go, up and riding. Billy Kemper. Pumping, still going, traveling, comes out. He was deep on that one. That one had just enough mystery to probably get a really excellent score because he was so deep.
How's Billy? He's had a great 2015, winning that Piahi challenge. And that's going to be a historical performance that he put on over that Piahi.
Yeah.
And just still been in form all through this winter as well.
Nate Florence's last wave was an 8.0. That real deep one. So.
And here's another look at that super deep barrel from Billy Kemper. That was beautiful. So now by the end of this round, Rocky, hopefully we can get a printout because then we're going to have some visibility of exactly
who's where.
Yeah, what our standings are so far in the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
2 solid rounds in the books with everybody's scores lined up and measured against one another.
Pretty impressive for Nathan Florence out there to get some of those big scores, an 8.5 and an 8.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's kind of hobbling, even walking, but he was able to surf excellently.
Yeah, got a big old knee brace on his left knee. And
you know, for tube riding, that left knee for a regular foot, that's the gas pedal, right? Your front foot.
yeah.
And so that's really important.
I mean, when you're at pipe and backdoor, both legs are going to be so important. And we're going to check out, I think, Kaimana's last.
Let's take a look at
wave
this one.
from heat number 4.
7.63. Do you agree? Here he goes. Pulls in. Big old barrel. Stands up straight. Gonzo comes out. Maybe because the nose was a little bit, but
He was.
I'm generous as a judge. I was going to go A, but
I just
Nine.
liked the style. I liked the wave selection, the positioning on the wave. But it was one of those, you know. Once again, we talk about the.
that was a 12-point ride by Bruce Irons down at Off the Wall. You could see it in
Unofficial.
on our pull-away camera, but he's not actually in this actual heat, so we can't give him a score, but we can give him the acknowledgement.
Yeah. But back to Kaimana's wave, one of those, it's lovely and a blessing to get one of those waves that just does everything for you and you just stand there. But it's also can be a little bit of a curse when you're looking for a score.
Right.
It's going to be a great photo opportunity, a great picture, still shot. But for the big scores that we're looking for here, the real deep ones are going to get the bigger scores, but nonetheless, a good score for Kaimana, a 7.63. Now we're on the heat number 5. Billy Kemper from Maui, Makai McNamara from the North Shore, Dean Morrison from Australia, Takayuki Wakita from Japan, now living on the North Shore, and Ezra Sitt, also from the North Shore.
And we're going to refresh our computer scoring. We're going to see, and not up yet, so we're still on standby for last score of Billy Kemper. And we're back up. There we are. Small kind technical difficulties. And we're hearing from our beach announcer, Makua Rothman. Looks like we're going to be clearing off the wall now to open up our playing field a little bit more, which should be cool.
On the previous Bruce Irons good wave that was commentated by Makua Rothman, I was thinking, why aren't we clearing out off the wall right now?
And that's what we're going to do right now.
And
I'm going to look at our director and tell him, make sure you got a camera all the way down there, backdoor and off the wall.
Here we go. And we're back.
All right, so to recap, Dingle Morrison, and this is a look at some of the surfers at off the wall. Dingle Morrison, a mean one, and just couldn't find an exit. Yeah, you're going to get the replay.
Watch this just deep hollow wave. Oh, and got upended right at the end. Oh, they can't clear it. I think I'm getting the indication or the hint that we can't clear it just yet because it was not available for the whole round. So in a sense, that wouldn't be fair for the other surfers.
Oh, I got you. So we got to clear it for the next round.
The next round. So it looks like we're going to be a go for the next round, at least to start the next round, which is cool.
Stick around.
And we'll bring you more great barrel surfing action, even from off the wall, too.
That's right. Don't need to go anywhere. If you're at work, just remember to minimize the screen when the boss comes by, but stick around on immersetv.com for
explore.org/waves.
More Dahui backdoor shootout action in memory of Dukanamoku.
You see Wakita sitting at his peak with his helmet on.
Nice pulled back shot of Ehukai and the Bonsai Pipeline. One of the most competitive lineups in the entire world. And a nice shot of Takayuki Wakita-san. Is sitting in his typical peak. A lot of times it looks like he's going to be going right. He's lined up for the rights, but he's actually just lined up for really deep lefts.
So Billy gets a 7.9 on his backdoor wave, that opening ride of the heat for Billy. Dean Morrison a 2.83 for his efforts. Still waiting to see from our other three surfers, Makai, Takayuki, and Ezra. Coming up in heat number 6, it'll be Uluboy Napayahi, Landon McNamara, Jamie O'Brien, Gabriel Villaran, or possibly a substitute, and Tom Doslin.
And so we see our surfers on the screen trying to position themselves. And you can see the clean ocean texture that continues
such a
through
lovely
the
day. So lovely.
What is the word for smooth ocean? Let's give a translation.
Malie.
Malie. That means smooth. So when the ocean is malie, that means it's nice and smooth. And then if it's all kapakahi, that means it's
choppy.
Choppy, crooked, any kind.
And the words and the style that you pronounce them almost allude to the meaning.
If you just listen to the inflection,
sounds like
sounds like
then the word malie. It's like really
smooth.
easy off the tongue.
That's right. And we always like to pick up our beach at the end of the day.
Strong, eh? You pick up the whole beach.
Pick up all the rubbish. I was leading to another word. Opala. That means rubbish. And if you live on Oahu, you can go to opala.org, and that way you can find out what color trash can you're supposed to be putting out on the trash day.
I know, bro. You gotta be
Gets
on
confusing.
it, bro. I gotta look at my neighbors.
Hey, I have trash can panics, Rocky. I wake up sometimes in the morning and I got the wrong can
Just
out,
put it
and I hear the trash truck coming, and I gotta run back and change.
I cannot
colors.
miss this week, bro. I'll be piling up. I gotta go dump.
Yeah.
So sometimes I put out all tree.
Yeah. Hey, you know the recyclable cans. I'm gonna tell you, this is a true story. At my dad's house out of Macau, around the side of Farrington.
Yeah. It's a gold mine.
Brothers lifted not just the recyclables, they took the whole can.
They'll work on separating them after.
Brother, you are nuts when you driving by and you pick up the whole blue can.
Hey, come on, bro. At least dump them out and have your own trash can.
Somewhere in a lot somewhere, there's a bunch of empty blue cans. But you can make them something out of the blue cans.
Yeah?
Small dog cano.
You could make a flotation device out of it.
Make a boat, huh?
Yeah. It is one of the good things that we do here in Hawaii is a lot of recycling. Part of our city's ordinance and policy of what we do. Also, elimination of most plastic bags from
I like that.
supermarkets and stores.
I think that, yeah, that started what? Kauai. Those guys eliminated plastic bags, and then now on Oahu, only if it's like food service items, you can put in plastic bags. I think everything else has to be paper, or be like me and Rocky. We just bring our own bags.
Yeah.
Keep it in your car. You have your reusable bags. Do your shopping.
Yep.
It's kind of cool at a lot of these events that we're able to get those complimentary reusable bags. That was mean. I love it. I had a charging drone coming out of us at the second floor of the Volcom house.
Yeah, and we got a smaller drone eyeing that drone up, like calling him out, like, what drone? Like, scrap.
Hey, we told you guys, only one drone area. Second drone driver, you're going to have to move out.
Makua giving us some props
I like
on top
it.
of the beach announcing.
Just for the Vala'au, the talk story all day long. Wahanui number 1, Wahanui number 2. Rocky and Kaipo over here. Waha, Maut, Nui, big. That means we got a big Maut. But a big Maut in a productive way. Hopefully it's entertaining, instructive, informative.
We've carved out some niches here in the
descriptive.
last 7 years it's been.
Since we were first given a chance.
Yep.
It's been seven or 8 years.
2009.
Yeah.
Actually, you got started a little bit.
I got started a little bit.
ahead
I
of me.
remember actually interviewing you
You
when you were
interviewed
still
me
a competitor
in 2008.
in your twilight years of being a
Yep.
competitor.
Exactly.
But
That was my last pro event.
Hey, you did good. I remember.
Actually, no, it wasn't my last pro event. The last pro event was the 2009 pipe trials
Here.
during the Pipe Pro. Yeah. But yeah, I made the main event during that back then XL Pro.
Yeah.
Now HIC Pro.
I remember the interview. You broke your leash and you swam in, got your board, and you still made it back out and
I
caught
surfed
another
the
wave.
rest of the heat without a leash.
Oh, yeah.
So I never fall down.
Right.
That was back in the first round heat, 6-man, top 3
man.
events.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2009 we got our first invite to announce the Vans Triple Crown, and still rolling.
Yeah.
It's one of those jobs where
Thank you.
you just try to keep it each year.
Yeah.
Because
Plenty people like your job.
you,
Yeah,
you can
kinda
well,
nuts.
and you can say all the right things. It only takes 1 or 2 wrong things to get you yanked off the air. And we've been fortunate to hold it down for 7 years, and hopefully still some years coming.
Oh yeah.
The first event I ever announced was the Haleiwa International Open, way back in the early 2000s.
Right. That was on Wendell Aoki's two speaker system.
It was
you guys had
actually
4 speakers.
it was Judah Oshner's.
Oh, the Lion! Shouts out to the Lion.
And he couldn't make it one day, and so Shibats looked at me and said, "Hey, we need somebody to call the first heat." And I was poised and ready to help with water patrol that day, but it was a year that the contest got passed from the elders down to us, the next generation of Haleiwa. Myself, Kavika Foster, Zenyo Shifuku, Jason Shibata, and we got handed the torch, so it was all us just kind of like trying to figure out who would do what. And I was all ready to do the Hawaiian Water Patrol portion. Kavika said, "You know what? I got it covered. We need one announcer. You go do them."
There you go.
And
How many years Haleiwa International Open? How many years?
That was the only contest I would announce all year.
No,
for
how
a
many
while.
years has it been running?
It's been running for over 40 years.
Over 40 years.
But so I was still Hawaiian Water Patrol and working all the pro events as Water Patrol. But when it came down to the HIO, that particular event, I would put on my announcer hat. And it kind of just grew and grew over the years. And then got noticed by Uncle Eddie, actually. He said, "Hey, bro, you pretty good at come do the shootout."
And
I said, "Oh, shoots."
so, I know you like to joke to me about my uncledom or my uncleness because I am older than you.
Yeah.
I have a Haleiwa International Open trophy.
Yes.
Okay, but I'm so old. It was called the Marble Royal.
The Marble Royal.
So just to date myself, it is a marble. I got the Marble Royal trophy.
And that is going way back.
Way back. Maybe I peaked too young, but but I did beat Brock Liggle that year. That was pretty cool, and he was from Haleiwa.
Yeah.
I was just some kid from Kapahulu, so that was one of my more proud moments.
The Marble Royal, the Haleiwa International Open, has a reputation as an amateur event with professional style judging criteria and conditions.
Big waves.
Yeah.
Usually like that contest for our amateurs coming up, that's kind of like maybe when you're a kid coming up, that's your first kind of butterfly contest. Where
That
you're just like, oh, wow,
yeah.
it's bombing and I got to go out.
For a long time, it was kind of like what we see of the pro junior events now.
Right.
Where we actually send these young kids out into some very gnarly conditions and expect them to perform.
2 years ago, I think it was unprecedented. We sent our pro juniors out at Sunset in solid 12-foot Sunset. That was nuts. And they all went out. They all did good. Girls.
Well wishes to Ross Williams.
Oh, yeah.
Who got a pretty good injury in this past Haleiwa International Open.
Were you there? Did you see that?
I was not there. I was in Kentucky.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But heard about it and social media, of course.
Well, because now social media can make you real niele.
Yeah. And was not the board. It was the reef. The toilet bowl reef did the damage. And
could have been way worse.
We talk about it a lot during the Hawaiian Pro at Haleiwa. That reef is one of the most unassuming shallow spots on the North Shore that can really put some damage on you as Ross Williams is recovering. We wish him the best.
Yeah, we love having Ross on the World Tour. We can check out all his insight. Definitely one of the best surf broadcasters out there.
Yeah.
And so we're wishing Ross a speedy recovery, and I'm sure he will be. And gosh, I'm telling you, guys like Ross, it's almost like, Ross is just a little younger than me, but guys like Ross are having almost like a volume 2 in their life right now. They're back on tour almost.
Yep, chapter 2.
And chapter 2. I think being around all those guys all the time and going back to those spots, he can't help it, but Ross is surfing pretty much better than ever right now. Pretty heavy. Pretty cool. But winning Ross's division this year at the Haleiwa International Open was Jack Johnson, of all people. How's that, bro? Credibility.
Yeah.
Hey, he can sing, but before he was a, multi-platinum artist, he was a exceptional surfer, and we saw Jack Johnson even surfing Pipe Masters out here through the trials events for a number of years.
Yeah, and he also had a very scary encounter with the reef here at Backdoor when he was 17 years old, just plowed face first into the reef, and that a little bit talking to him was one of the factors of him, pursuing pro surfing or pursuing education and music that took him over to Santa Barbara to go to school, and he began really working on his songwriting and guitar skills, and said that he got pretty shaken up by that experience, which you can imagine hitting your face at pipe or anywhere.
Puts your life
very
into
traumatic
perspective.
experience. Yeah, exactly.
Well, things happen for a reason. It worked out well for Jack Johnson, man. I'm
yeah,
gonna tell
it worked out good for my yard cleaning too. When I chose on a stereo.
Yeah. So just more of the North Shore stories, and I'm glad that we're able to share these with you as we see Wakita-san Takayuki pulling in deep as he always does.
Banzai!
Kampai!
Kamikaze!
Hi. That brother right there, Takayuki. Talk about paying dues with more North Shore stories. For years, He was always the guy out here that would just take the waves that nobody else wanted to.
Didn't want to fight the crowd in the prime spot, so he would go
Way deep.
way deep, get those waves that nobody even was in position for, and made a career out of that.
Yeah. But paid a lot of dues. I asked his son Taichi, who's a great surfer in his own right, I'm all, so Taichi, you going to surf your dad's peak? Is that your plan? Taichi's response to me is, no, but that's closeouts over there.
My dad just surfs closeouts. Got paid
dad's
surfing
nuts.
closeouts.
He's made a few, but those are miraculous. So more waves pounding the reef here at the Bonsai Pipeline, Ehukai, on the north shore of Oahu. Small kind texture maybe starting up, but not too bad.
Not too bad right now. We're still in Heat 5. We got to get through 40 more minutes of Heat 6, and that's going to take us beyond the 12 o'clock noon hour, so past Avakea into the Awina La.
Yes.
And we're going to see what the wind does then. I mean, it's calm right now, just a little bit of texture, but, you know, we've had zero cloud cover, which means the Aina is getting extremely vela.
Hot. And I like your allude to with your alohas, the Avakea into the Awina La. So we have more translations for you. We can keep on going with translations, but all your different alohas. You start with Kakahiaka.
In the morning.
Then you move to Avakea.
Midday.
And then you go to Awina La.
Afternoon.
And then finally Ahi Ahi.
In the evening. So 4 different.
If you missed that one, we're going to say it again maybe next time we broadcast so you can write it down. Here we go. Look at the next heat coming out.
Tom Doslin, Uluboy Napeahi.
Tom Not So Grom Doslin.
Yeah.
And Ulu Aloha Napeahi.
And here we go on the inside. There's Ezra. And it gets a nice little backdoor shakaroni. And here's Billy Kemper. Little deeper, little later. Pumping, still going, and still going, comes out. And
Kemper.
then little check turn off the top for good measure. Billy Kemper. Another good score.
Well, he opened up with that 7.9. It might have done better with that one. Spent a lot of time in the barrel. Had to drive through a couple of sections. Here we got a replay.
We'll look at Ezra Sitz wave first. Pretty solid score. Got to be happy with that for just having a fun backdoor wave. Wakita's wave on the left was able to make that barrel.
Okay, so on your screen, it looks like we're going to have a replacement probably for Gabriel Villaron.
Yep.
And it's going to be young Sebastian. I don't know his last name.
I can't think of it off the top of my head right now, but here's Makai McNamara going back door. Late drop, tucks in, still going, and comes out.
So some nice waves coming through so far in this heat. And great conditions, expert barrel riding. Hopefully we can have another look at that Billy Kemper wave because it looks like it's going to come in at a pretty good score.
Yeah, so far we've got an 8 showing by one of our judges, so that'll be a keeper for Billy.
Whistles from the beach. That means some mean waves are coming into the reef.
And Dingo.
Dingo.
Was his name-o. That one just crumbles and then reopens and crumbles again. And Dingo cannot make the exit.
Nope. Dingo. Of course, Dingo coming up as a grommet. a prodigy of Rabbit Bartholomew. Pretty cool little fact on Dean Morrison. And also one, coming through the pro junior ranks as we take another look at Mackay. That was well surfed. Nice barrel for Mackay McNamara. Coming through the junior ranks is a young Aussie from Coolangatta. He had a couple of cool contemporaries that he was right there tied with, Mr. Joel Parkinson as well as Mr. Mick Fanning.
Yeah.
Both now former world champs. Of course, Mick with 3 titles, Joel with 1. And Dingo was right there. Took a little bit of a different path rather than competitive surfing. Here we go again, live action. Mackay McNamara pulls into the barrel. And
just a little crumbly on that crashing lip. Didn't quite open up the way some of these waves are doing as they get into the shallower part of the reef. That one a little bit further out and couldn't provide an opening for Mackay McNamara. So Billy Kemper's last wave was a 7.77. Mackay McNamara, last score was a 6.83.
all right, so let's take a look at that. 7.9, 7.77 for Billy Kemper, looking pretty good. Any good Texas? Sebastian Williams.
It's Sebastian Williams, thanks to
Of
a
course.
kid out there who's watching live on the web. So if you guys get a chance, get on surfline.com and check out this cool article and some news about the fundamentals of Ginstika training with Mark Healy and Kid Pellegro. It's a pretty cool thing on Surfline. You guys go check that out. And so many ways to keep your body in tune. Surfing has so much unique positions and maneuvers that your body does that, there are very little bit of things you can do that actually mimic or produce the same sensations as surfing. So a lot of these training techniques are really well thought out and help surfers, big waves, small waves, whatever, as Wakita pulls into a freight train at Pipeline and cannot come out.
Yeah, so Kid Pellegro, Jerry Costa, a black belt jiu-jitsu instructor from the Gracie camp, doing some of that cross-training with a lot of our surfers here on the North Shore and even traveling surfers, yeah?
Yeah.
And let's go see a replay of Takayuki-san.
Well, I think he was so surprised at the ease of that drop because most of the waves he takes off on are nail biters falling from the sky types. And had a pretty nice little roll in there and then could not make it through that fast breaking tunnel of a wave at Pipeline.
So we're down to, we still got 8 minutes and 45 seconds, so still some time in this heat and been great performances so far in this heat by all the surfers, Billy Kemper, Mackay McNamara, Dean Morrison, Takayuki Wakita, and Ezra Sit. Everybody getting a barrel of their own out there in exits, so it's been wonderful as we see on the screen the drone going to fly out and give us more of those aerial shots. And
just a reminder, it's a one drone zone.
Yes.
Above the lineup at Pipe. Here comes a little wave that might produce something. All surfers paddling over that one.
And there we go. Getting ready for that final heat, heat number 6. That's Landon McNamara going to be coming up.
I wish we could keep it on him to see how he's going to get that little helmet
over the big hair.
Onto that big head of hair.
Extra padding in there.
It's going to be like the...
there it is.
Wow.
Oh, just like NFL kind with the hair in the back.
Yeah. All business up front, party in the back. He's got some neck protection now.
All right. Good looking Brett board under his arm. Brett Maramoto shaping right up here at Sunset Beach. So many talented shapers we have here in Hawaii.
Yeah. We went through the list of them on day one. And
We
it
did.
Was,
It was a good list.
yeah.
Your stepdad's a pretty good shaper. Sino Magallanes, man.
I still rock the Cinos. Mahalo to our Hui Ohe Nalu members and all of you participating in the beach cleanup,
Yeah.
participating in helping us with security and everything that happens during the backdoor shootout. Of course, all throughout the year, the kids' Easter egg hunt during Easter time,
Yep.
the paddleboard race during July. So there's pretty much something for every season that's going on, and Mahina does a great job putting it all together.
Here we
And
go.
Wakita.
Mean one stalls in the barrel, spit, and he comes out. So that's what Takayuki was looking for, and he got it. So beautiful pipeline barrel for our Japanese competitor, Takayuki Wakita. Of course, he relocated here full-time. He spent a lot of time just traveling back and forth between Japan and the North Shore, relocated his family over here to the North Shore a couple years ago after that Fukushima disaster, concerned about some of the radiation in the water over there at his home breaks. And his family has been flourishing in the surf. Here, let's take another look at this, Rocky.
Yeah, great setup right there for Takayuki, and then finds that perfect line to come flying out with the spit. A little bit of a high line exit required there, and he finds it perfectly. And that's a great feeling.
Yeah. Beautiful wave. And it's going to reflect in a nice score for Takayuki Wakita. 5 minutes and 15 seconds counting down. So this is the tail end of this heat number 5 of round number 2 at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Scratching. Kemper. Billy.
Ow,
Pulling in.
Whoa.
Sacrificial.
So deep.
So,
So steep on that one.
you know, when you ride 25-foot jaws, how big is that wave if you're Billy Kemper? That's like a 3-footer?
Yeah, it's like head high.
Small
Jamie
time.
O'Brien, heat number 6. Look for some interesting rides on tap for that next heat. More waves out the back. This is very consistent conditions.
Back at it.
And looks like Wakita, Hanaho, Kompai.
Bonsai. Of course, Hanaho, that means repeat one more time. Hanaho,
To make anew.
to make anew.
A lot of times I need to let folks, when I go speak to various crowds, music crowds, that Hanaho, I'm not referring to my ex-girlfriend from East Maui. Not that Hanaho.
It's a small town. The word gets around over there. We know your program now.
But
My girlfriend from East Maui. That's funny.
but
Do you use that on stage?
I do.
Wow. You never have one sister from Hana come up to you yet.
I had a couple Maui girls
Oh, look.
get all
You got more
hubbub.
stuffs. Information.
Hey, looks like we've been using that drone for a good purpose, getting a lot of great shots of the water, but also of the surfing waves. And we've got Luke Shepherdson's drone footage of this highest score of the contest so far.
And looks like our time check is 2 minutes 55 seconds. And here's the drone.
So Luke Shepherdson just getting throated. A lot of spit coming out on that one.
So is that high 9?
That was
Yeah.
his high 9 wave, that
9.83?
9.83, yeah.
983? Is that it? Yeah, let's show it again. We got a low.
Yeah,
The people want to see it. One more replay for your eyeballs.
A drone costs a lot of money to keep out there, so we're going to make our worth here checking out that
Big
epic
barrel,
backdoor wave.
big spit. You can see it in the body language. One stoked Luke Shepherdson. Another paddle.
And here we go. That is Ezra sit. Ezra is deep. And that wave just unloads and cannot allow Ezra to find the exit. Wakita going left. Big late drop. A deep
Come
one.
on.
Oh.
Oh. See, he made it almost to the end right there with that thing clamp. So there was no pilot error right there. Did everything right. Unfortunately, that wave just had other plans for Takayuki Wakita. There's the blue healer.
Playing in the shore break. Oh, what a beautiful life. Don't drink the water, bro.
Don't drink the water. And you know what? When there's
that one.
when there's the pond over here too at Pipeline, I'm always surprised at how many people swim in that.
Yeah. Why?
I think it's a little bit pilau.
Yeah, as long as you got
As
some
long
of the
as it's
waves coming over
circulation, yeah. But
the
when
waves coming over
when it sits still for a little bit,
the hump and getting
could
in
be
there.
small kind.
When it's stagnant for a few days, yeah.
We don't like still water. Here we go. Ezra sit. Just, gosh, she got gobbled up in that barrel, but made some distance for sure. Of course, now with the small beach, we don't really have room for the polio pond. And the beach is going to continue the road because I'm hearing...
What, the bacterial bath?
Oh, boy. But
there we are on the second floor.
Yeah, oh, yeah, look, you can see her hand is famous.
Okay. First down.
So, wow, we're into heat number 6 now. Last heat of this round number 2. Here at Eluala, day number 2 of the Dahui Backdoor Shootout. On the paddle, pulling
That's last
in.
heat.
That's Dingo
Dingo Morrison.
is his name.
Oh. I heard he's been doing a little bit of plumbing for a side job, Dean Morrison.
Really?
I don't know. Should I look his shots?
That's a 70s fit right there.
Hawaiian Water Patrol's jet ski. Mike Prickett designed passenger filming seat right there. Patented by Hawaiian Water Patrol. And some of our beachgoers enjoying the free vitamin D. You see the flag starting to move a little bit more. And we're going to keep an eye on that and an eye on the conditions here in heat number 6.
And there's Dingo making his way back up. Great surfing from Dean Morrison in that last heat. We hope to get into another round and get all the way through so we can have another chance to see Dingo out there.
Yeah. Big smiles, always in good spirits. Jamie O'Brien.
This guy.
Going on his forehand, stalling and cruising through that backdoor pit.
That's what he does. Oh, and just when we thought it was a safe time for the drone, they've called in the heavy artillery.
Yeah. Oh, big late
Sebastian.
drop for Sebastian Williams. Oh, my God. Oh, bruh. Sneaking under the radar. And a big backdoor wave for somebody. I think that might have been Tom Doslin. But Sebastian Williams coming in to the heat under the radar. And I don't think anybody on the beach really even saw that wave because there was zero reaction from other than Makua Rothman, who's doing the beach announcing, who saw that wave.
That was mean. He just kind of got stuck on the bottom. He thought for sure he had no chance.
Yeah.
Gonzo couldn't see him, and then he pops out. So the young man, 15-year-old, making the best of his chance here at the Dahui back door. Let's take a replay of this.
Slow this down. He just fell out of the sky and somehow set his rail and then did enough to make the exit. Oh,
I'm going to put that in the mean category.
that was freaking nuts.
In in the aisles that are the grocery store surfing, it is in the mean nuts aisle,
Yeah.
filed under Sebastian Williams. This guy, but we're used to this. Jamie O'Brien for his 10,752nd backdoor barrel of his life.
Of the ones that he's made.
Somebody's playing the chicken dance down there in the Volcom House. I don't know what kind of music that is just down there. Whistles from the beach. That means there's sets coming through to the reef. Not going to miss this.
And also indicated by our beach announcer, which is encouraged and totally fine. Once again, mahalo to all of our great sponsors, Dahui, and our teams participating, Quicksilver, Volcom. We're broadcasting from the second floor of the Volcom House. And also to Team Ruka and Dahui Wax and North Shore Surf Shop make up our 8 or 7 teams that we have here. 4 competitors on each team. And here's Ulu Aloha, Napeahi, sliding through pipe and comes out.
Beauty. So, Ulu Boy representing Mokuokeave, the Big Island, over there on the Kalapana coast, Poiki in particular. Beautiful wave, well done for that young man.
Still waiting on scores to come in for Sebastian Williams.
Don't be stingy, but look at this one, another boy. Ulu Boy. Gone. There he is. Beautiful pipeline barrel. And then the exclamation mark, nice little carve. Finish off in control.
Just about 5 minutes gone by in the heat, and we've already seen some spectacular rides. And a look down towards off the wall, towards the Haleiwa direction here at Banzai Pipeline at the beach. Rock pile in the distance, the next lifeguard tower over. Mahalo to all of our city and county lifeguards for the daily duties. Here is Sebastian Williams at back door and not going to make it through the second section, so wisely catapults forward and through the back of the wave.
So he's making the most of this chance to surf the Hui backdoor shootout, Sebastian Williams, and great job on that pipeline barrel. And then again, showing like good mental on that backdoor barrel too, traveling through and then ejecting just at the right time. Take another look at this. Stalls, pulls in, disappears from sight, travels that section.
Yep, survives a little chandelier, then the wave hollows up even more.
And just does the little ejection.
Now looking towards sunset on the beach, looking up that way towards Hawaiian Water Patrol and Tower 26, Ehukai Beach. And down beyond is Sunset Point in the far distance. Of course, Rocky Point in between here and there. Talk about the 7-mile miracle. It's pretty amazing how much surfing there is between Turtle Bay and Haleiwa. And that's more probably like an 11-mile miracle. But from log cabins to Turtle Bay, just break after break after break.
All right, so sorry for that little break. Just communicating a little bit with our command center here. And the time to stroll on the beach. Great sand for exercising.
Oh yeah, deep
Picturesque
sand.
day. And nice workout a lot of people enjoy during this stretch of beach. Talk about the 7 Mile Miracle. Just walking up and down this soft sand is a great workout for the feet, the legs, the calves.
Yeah, and it's great views all the way of the great surf that's just only a few feet offshore. All these waves from about log cabins to Rocky Point. The beauty of these breaks is that they're so very close to the beach.
Right.
So very photogenic. Many times you'll see all of the very popular ads that come out winter and springtime are often shot right here on this stretch of land.
Yeah, just absolutely beautiful. And, that is one of the blessings of living in Hawaii. So, hey, sometimes we got to pay $10 for a gallon of milk, but we have beautiful waves and warm water. So that's just the price of paradise, isn't it? So Rocky and I have to have 2 or 3 jobs.
I'll eat calcium supplements.
You know what? In local happenings, it sounds like our last sugarcane plantation, Rocky, is going to go away.
Yeah, on Maui.
Away.
And,
Away.
it's, there's all kinds of ways to look at it. I mean, that was one of the reasons for Hawaii being so populated, aside from the military strategic popularity of Hawaii. The plantations of Hawaii, so popular.
Right.
So you can call it an end of an era, or you could call it a move in a direction of steering away from that kind of agriculture.
Hopefully they plant another crop.
Into some diversified agriculture.
I hope that's going to be the case, because there's a lot of jobs there, and we want to be able to be
Yeah.
gainfully employed. And a lot of those families, come from generations of plantation workers. So, yeah, you're right. The history of Hawaii, first it was exploration, and then imperialism and colonization, and then it turned to a lot of the whale trade here, which was a big draw to Hawaii, to go whaling so you can get some of that whale oil, whatever you were using it for back then. I think maybe perfume and stuff like that. And then from whaling, it went to plantations.
Yep.
And then finally, after that, it went to strategic military position, of course.
Yep.
And then now our chief economy is tourism.
Yeah, just a great place to visit and to spend a vacation when you don't have to work. It's a great place to forget about what you got going on in your daily life and get immersed in some really awesome culture, some great scenery, obviously, and some activities that you don't get to do very often where you live, like surfing or stand-up paddleboarding.
Well, you guys got all kinds of stuff that we can do over here too, right? We got great mountain biking. We have the zip lines. We have wonderful fishing, both on charter boats as well as diving.
Yeah.
Just a plethora. We have the kind of even the ecotourism angle here too, where we have wonderful hiking and some great sites.
Yeah. Historical,
available.
cultural, and just incredible aesthetic views.
Yeah, and love it. Mountain to the ocean here. We're blessed that way, and that's why so wisely the Hawaiians use the ahapua'a system, which we still acknowledge today.
Come see me over there at Turtle Bay, boo. Turtle Bay's got it all here on the North Shore. When you talk about a place to sleep, something to eat, and activities to do, it is one of the most premier places to enjoy yourself in the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And the renovation they've done to the Turtle Bay has been wonderful as well.
Yeah, we'll have the stand-up paddle women's surfing event at Turtle Bay Resort coming up next month.
Wow.
Along with, we got so much stuff happening on the North Shore. We got back-to-back events immediately following this event. We have the Sunset Open Junior Pro.
Yeah, and QS 1000.
And QS 1000. That's going to also be part of that event.
Yep.
And then we have the Pipe Pro back here.
Back here.
At
We'll be back
Bonsai
here for that.
Pipeline.
Yeah.
And then we'll be at Pipe for a junior and a women's pro. And in between that, we'll be at Sunset Beach for the Stand Up World Tour surfing event. In the back door, that is Tom Doslin. Just a quick little positioning ride right there. And we're going to take you back to previous day's competition and look at highlights from our stand-up paddle surfing event.
So we're waiting to queue up that highlight package as you see the guys positioning with 26 minutes, 35 seconds counting down on the Dahui clock here at the Dahui Backdoor Shootout. Year 20. So let's check out some of the highlights from that stand-up paddle event that we had earlier last week. All right, so there you go. Nolan Keolana throwing a slash right there. That was Bullet Obra pulling into a backdoor barrel backhand. This right here looks like that's that fella from Cavella. That was Noah Janella. Big old sacrificial closeout there. And Zane Schweitzer from the water angle on that same wave. Here we go with the event winner in the stand-up paddling division, Mo Freitas, and this guy, the other Hawaiian Superman, Kainoa McGee. And another shot of Mo. And yet another one. So that's on his secondary board for Mo Freitas. Finds that backdoor barrel and away. The Dahui Backdoor Shootout where we have, right now we're in the team surfing shortboard competition, but we had longboards, we had stand-up paddling, and we also had body surfing for our opening day. And someone's getting big scoldings right now from our beach announcer to clear out Off the Wall. But there's no way that Off the Wall is going to be this empty today if there wasn't a competition going on. You got to use your head. If there's nobody out there, that means there's a contest. Nobody. It's not going to be empty. It's not a secret spot. Tom Dawson.
There's something going on.
There's something going on.
So you're telling me there's a chance. More waves coming in right now as we've got heat number 6 in position. Here we go, having a paddle and no go. Looked like Ulu Boy that was contemplating. Ulu Boy from the Big Island was approached by a big fish a couple of years ago, was able to fend off a pretty big tiger shark near his home break Pohoiki on the Big Island, and lived to tell about it. Had a speedy recovery, and definitely one of those one of those experiences that you'll never forget. But he's come out of that with still a lot of respect and appreciation for the ocean. Landon McNamara in frame with Tom Doslin. So just hearing an update from our beach announcer, Makul Rothman, that our next round is going to be the actual teams surfing together, which I think is a great idea. Gives us kind of a taste of what happens during the summer at the Duke's Ocean Fest during our Hawaiian Airlines Legends Surf Classic, where we have different teams entered and the teams surf together so that they can encourage each other into waves and have fun surfing as one team. And split peak there at pipe and backdoor.
We changing the heats? Now we're going to go out as teams for the next round? Is that it? A little bit of communication over here. I got dead air. So the next heat's going to be teams?
Beautiful look down the beach. Not a cloud in the sky. The winds still seeming to be pretty still, which is good news for us. Here's Tom Daza. No, that's Uluboy Napeahi. And grabbing a rail, threading through, and cannot quite come out.
Oh, good go of it, though. You can
Yeah,
see
great effort.
Water photographers. And, you know, on the horizon, you can see a little bit of gray out there with this pull back shot. That is the one time that we kind of have a little bit of gray in our air. It's not smog, it's fog. As we see Sebastian Williams, a little replay here. And Sebastian on the replay. Great job again, but you see the board pop up, not be able to come out of that one.
And looking at his opening score, that Pipeline Wave, just a 6.83. So interesting what that looked like from the judge's perspective. Landon McNamara getting a good backdoor score.
Beautiful. Beautiful technique, beautiful wave.
And the beach loves that kick out.
And that technique right there, got to talk about Hawaiian surfers a little bit, Rocky, is that technique was originated by, to me, Marvin Foster.
Yeah.
You know, at backdoor, a goofy foot, the first guy probably ever to employ that grab rail technique at backdoor. And look at everyone followed that after that. The guy broke. That's like
Signature
science
style.
right there, right?
Yeah.
So that's signature style, and you know that's some things we want to recognize of our history of great Hawaiian surfers. Of course, both Marvin and Kalani Foster are going to be remembered as great Hawaiians and wonderful surfers.
Yeah, pioneers of this style of surfing.
And another shot of our beach crowd. So it is still pretty empty over here. You can make your way down if you're on Oahu. Like I said, there's plenty of room. You know, we got parking lots full, the A lot's full.
Parking.
Still plenty of room in the B lot as well.
Yeah. Come down.
Come on down. All available.
And if you get skills, bring your board too. Just looking down at the sandbar, there's a lot of good waves coming in.
Yeah, people are enjoying this surfing day. Whoever's got the day off, I have a feeling just up and down the coast right now.
Yeah, and the sandbar is pretty close to the beach, so people are even able to wade out into the waves and have fun, you know.
But as a former
level too.
As a former lifeguard, I mean, at what point do you kind of pull them in, or just warn them in? You just assess their.
Once they start getting up to armpit level.
Yeah.
Because that's when the ocean can start to take control of you,
right?
Rather than you having control of where you're gonna go. So, from armpit level and up, that's personally when the megaphone comes out to draw the beachgoers back towards shore. And, depends on the day, too. Sometimes it's, don't even go near the water. Other times it's, you can get your feet wet. Other times, waist deep is okay, but the current's really pulling unless you're an Olympic swimmer.
Right, right. Now,
you might have a shot.
Now, on our first day of competition, we had a city and county lifeguard, and one of our competitors, Nolan Keolana, actually save a guy, from the ocean. And another one of the hazards at this beach, if you go past log cabins down to that Keiki shore break where there is no lifeguard tower, that is extremely hazardous, right, Rocky?
And and it's most dangerous because there is no barrier between the big waves and the shoreline. The big waves literally march directly up to the shoreline and are crashing at 10, 20 feet.
Right on the beach.
Right on the beach. So it is easy to get to, unfortunately, for some beachgoers that venture too close and end up getting just pummeled by these 20-foot waves that break right on the beach. Here at Ehukai, you have the sandbar that breaks the waves down, and the waves kind of just roll in, although you do have the strong currents that pull off the sandbar and around the break. But at Keiki, it is neck-breaking right in the shore break. So we've had a lot of dramatic rescues on that beach, as we see up in riding. J.O.B. at back door.
Seems like just another day in the life for Jamie O'Brien, getting barreled every day. There we got Mason Ho. Now, is that same board with those weird belly channels, 5'6", quad.
Swallowtail.
It's got a lot of stuff going on that board.
Yeah. So it looks like one of the Hui teams assembled right there with Eli Olsen, Mason Ho, and Nate Florence.
Ooh, they're changing the order now. They're going to test us on who is in this next heat. So far, coming up next, Mason Ho, Nathan Florence, Eli Olsen. We'll see who else is going to be in this heat. Again, 20 years of this wonderful contest, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. Epic historical moments throughout these last 20 years of this event. And the last 2 years, we've been doing this in memory of Duke Kahanamoku, which we also want to commemorate and just share some stories about Duke and all the wonderful things that he did. So it looks like Kalani Chapman and Tori Meister going to be joining them.
So maybe it's the two Hui teams all paddling out together. 8 guys, which is still an uncrowded pipe lineup, especially when you can go to off the wall.
Putting the shades on now, Rocky.
I'm going shadiness right now. I'm getting shady.
All right. I brought my shades today, too, so I can look rugged.
Chom on, boo. I gotta protect my pharyngiums. You know what is that? Oh, you're busting the Ka'enons, huh?
Ka'enons. Ka'enon. No, hey, thank you to Bean Dip from Kanon for the shades.
Bean dip.
Yeah, he's over there running the show. Bean Dip.
Oh, wow. I gotta tell him, say what's up to my friend Queso.
Kalani Chapman coming up. How much time we have left in this heat?
Our other good friend
12
Guacamole.
minutes. Yeah. Oh, mean. Mean. You got any napkins?
So just about 11 minutes remaining here in heat number 6, the final heat of round 2. Round number 3, for the time being, is going to be underway. And like we said, we're going to keep a close eye on the conditions as we see backdoor Landon McNamara pulling in a little too deep. Nook and come out.
Sometimes can, sometimes no can. That's when you got to go bottles.
And if no can, then bottle.
That's right. And if no bottles,
Kegger.
I was going to say I'm going to go home.
Oh,
All right, so
we got the funnel.
a little breathing time right now in between sets, in between waves. The drone's taking off yet again after refueling.
Yep.
More aerial views coming at you here. 2016, the Hui Backdoor Shootout. 40th anniversary of the Hui Hit Inalu.
In memory of Duke Kahanamoku. Paoa Kahanamoku. I was going to say Paoa and Kahanamoku same time.
He's trying to morph it.
But yes.
Also, we want to acknowledge some of the founding members of the Hui Hit Inalu celebrating 40 years. Eddie Rothman, Terry Hui, Brian Amona, Billy Blankenfield, Kavika Stamp, and also mahalo to Norm Thompson, the original president that started off this competition.
Yep. Uncle Squiddy Sanchez as well, one of the originators of jet ski rescue styles with the stand-up jet ski. Jamie O'Brien stalling, cruising, butt dragging, and in there comes out.
Beautiful.
J.O.B. just playing with that huge pipe wave. No riders on that one right there as it detonates on. And another broken into car. Man.
Yeah. Put the valuables in the trunk.
The cockroaches are having a heyday out here.
J.O.B. How many times have we seen this and it still is beautiful every single time you see it?
So deep, disappeared, uses that highline exit, knowing pipe so well.
Ooh, with the bonus remix at the end. That was kind of cool, that bonus remix with
little stutter step.
Yeah, little dub stop.
Chicka chick.
Ellie Mac style.
Whoa.
Whoa. I was reaching far on that one. Huh? Sorry. So, Rocky, you got to be around the same age as Jamie, right? Coming up to the amateurs?
A little bit older.
A little bit older.
About 4 years older. And when
you way older, yeah.
Yeah, when you're in we never competed head-to-head until I don't even think I've surfed in a heat with him at Pipe, but that would be our soonest competition. Guys, I was in the same division as throughout
Freddie
my
P.
entire amateur career. Freddie P is even younger.
Oh.
Bruce Irons, Mikala Jones, The Hobgoods.
Nice.
Directly the same age
There you
as
go.
us.
How's about
So-
Mikala? Does he tell you where all his secret spots are? Because the guy seems like he has every secret spot, the only secret spots left in the
He
world.
keeps a lot of secrets.
Does he ever take you to any of these secret spots? Because I've seen the pictures.
Yeah, no, never, never been. I'm sure he would if I could break away to get over there. But
Right.
he's got such a rough life. Being born and raised here in Hawaii. Owning a family, having a house on the North Shore at Rocky Point. Where crime is very, very extreme at the moment. The same car just got hit twice.
Was
They even
empty.
have nothing left for
Yeah,
steal.
it was
Just wanted
empty.
for look inside. And then marries a beautiful woman from Indonesia and has a dual life of living on the island of Bali
Yeah.
and on the island of Oahu.
Wow.
Super rough. It's got to be tough to be on those two islands throughout the year.
Pretty bagoose. Bagoose Nuli. Here we go. Jamie O'Brien on the switch stance. Switching back.
Small kind bistantial action right there.
Every once in a while. Got to experiment. Well, you don't have to. But
I was
it's
gonna
pretty.
Speaking from experience.
But it's pretty cool to see these guys with the switch stances.
Yeah, it's pretty cool thing to see right there. Little goofy foot pig dog stance for Jamie, which is switch foot, and then pulls the other foot around. Saw him do a multi-board takeoff here the other day when we checked in the morning to see how it was shaping up.
Here we go on the paddle. Jamie going like parallel stance on this time and then coming out. That was pretty cool. He went straight ski stance there, like a water ski, and got into. I mean, it's hard enough to get barreled at pipeline, period. And Jamie O'Brien, I was going to take another look at this. He's just playing around. Look him. Both feet forward, parallel stance. I can still get in the barrel and come out. So I guess that's what happens when you're born and raised right on this stretch of beach. You get pretty darn good at surfing this wave, the most dangerous wave in the world.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable.
Very cool. That was like a lazy boy recliner right there. So
Yeah,
comfortable
I was
for.
going to say, it looks as comfortable as I was watching the NFL playoffs this weekend
That's right.
on my couch.
You got a team?
Yeah. Well, the Jaguars are officially out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
They were in the hunt in Week 15, which was rare for them. But I guess going in, I'd have to say Arizona, one of my favorites. I have a really good friend lives in Phoenix, Brother Jay. And I like Denver. Peyton Manning, class act guy, always easy to root for.
All right. I like it.
What about you, Kaipo?
I always go with the team that wins.
Okay. Bandwagoner?
Bandwagoneer.
Cool. At
Yeah.
least you're honest about it.
Hey, I'm not going to, never played football. Watch it every once in a while. I enjoy it. Later in life, I figured out that football is an excuse to start drinking beer at noon. So
Yeah.
in the last couple of years, I'm just like, okay, I'm going to hop on this football thing. It's kind of cool. I get to start cracking beers at noon.
Yeah, here in Hawaii, I mean, the game started at 8, so you could have a...
That's a little. Then you start
you could have
questioning
a
yourself.
screwdriver.
Landon McNamara
vitamin
in the
C.
barrel, coming in,
Yeah,
coming
Landon.
out. Lando. Nice one.
And right here, up and riding, that is, looks like Ulu Boy.
So here we go. Sebastian Williams up and out. So see here a little discussion right now. As we see a little puff of wind coming up, we'll see how the conditions start. If they change or if it becomes uncontestable, still plenty contestable after that last barrel that we saw from Landon McNamara. It looks like they're going to be clearing the lineup all the way down to off the wall. And there's a shot of our judges, all the wise men up there in the tower. They're in the Quicksilver yard, yeah?
Yep. So mahalo to Quicksilver, providing the front yard, optimal seating for Brother Anthony, Brother EJ, Dave, Shiloh, Jerry, all of the crew up there.
Yeah. See that light that indicates 5 minutes or less. So when you see that light on the beach as a competitor, you know you're in the last few minutes of your heat. Right now we're down to 1 minute 35 seconds. And looks like Tom Doslin racing, pulling in, traveling through, and just comes off right at the end there.
So, best wave of that heat as we see Jamie O'Brien.
Rodeo.
Pulls off the rodeo.
That was pretty nice right there. You could see him telegraphing into that rodeo and did a great job of getting the board back underneath him and riding away.
Man.
What can't he do?
What can he not do is right. Well, I'll tell you what he can do. He got a 9.1 on his that big pipe wave that we enjoyed. So he's already on the board with a keeper, so to speak.
Tom Doslin barely not making that one. And we're down to 35 minutes. Looks like we're queuing this up. Let's see what's going to happen right now. Replay. Here we go with that rodeo. Gets the board under him, lands on top of the wave, reverts out of that last 180 to get the nose back pointed towards shore. And great job by the amazing J.O.B. Jamie O'Brien.
If you zoom into the Duke picture, you'll see a hand reach up and start scratching his head. Duke Kahanamoku is amazed right now, watching from his banner over the beach and looking what surfing has become. He is going, oh, brah. I never think when I was doing them back then that the bugger would come like this.
That's nuts.
That's freaking nuts. So we are going to move into round 3 for the time being. It is Dahui Wax Team 1 and Dahui Wax Team 2 surfing together. 8 strong in the lineup right there. And we'll get those lined up for you as soon as our other heat moves out of the lineup. But as we speak, the wind is picking up, so we'll see if we get through this round 3. We're going to keep a close eye on the conditions. My gut feeling is that we're going to be halting competition at some point. But, things happen here with the weather that sometimes you can't explain. It could be blowing like this and do a complete turn. So we're just going to keep an eye on the wind and keep our feelers out. And also keep a close ear to the ground with our forecasting assistance of Pat Caldwell and Gary Cooley. But as of right now, heat number 1 of round 3 is on. And this will kind of be like, just like a guinea pig heat for the first heats of the morning. This will kind of be the guinea pig heat of our next round with these quote-unquote new conditions we're experiencing now.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll see what kind of scores, what kind of opportunities happen for our surfers as we get into round number 3 at the Hui Backdoor Shootout. And this is going to be the litmus test, if you will, for round 3 to see if we're going to proceed through the day. Still looks pretty good. This is going to be a telling tale right here with Nathan Florence dropping in, pulling in, traveling, and making his way out. So that's going to be an argument in the keep running category.
In favor of running. A little bit of a bumpy ride, but he survived it and came out through a clean barrel. And here's another look at that last wave. You see it kind of bumpy and bending, and then it finds its shape halfway through the wave. But just hearing beach announcements from Makua Rothman kind of talking about how epic it was this morning and the fading, if you will, of the conditions. But still, as we just saw from Naflo, it is quite contestable and still offering some nice barrels. That man right there, Sebastian Williams, got one of the sickest pipe waves from our angle anyway. Mean late drop, disappeared, totally rode him off, and he came flying out.
Yeah, beautiful surfing from the young upstart, 15 years old, coming in for Team Quicksilver. Again, thank you to all of the teams that participated and are participating this year. Hurley, Quicksilver, Dahui Wax, Volcom, Ruka, and North Shore Surf Shop, just making all of this possible. Also, thank you to Kona Red for their support. Thank you to Konos in Haliva for the beautiful breakfast. Thank you to the Mauliola Foundation for their support. Also, it's lunchtime. Thank you to Aloha Salads.
Yeah.
As well as Stordos in Haliva.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So good stuff happening in and out of the water here at the Hui Backdoor Shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. And Jamie O'Brien got a 9.1 on a big pipe wave. Mason Ho kind of dodges one of the curtains, and no cross-step floater on that one. So we've had Jamie O'Brien's rodeo, Mason Ho's cross-step floater. We've had incredible tube riding. To add to that, it's been an amazing half of day two. Imagine if the conditions were going to stay good all day long as Tori Meister.
He's got a chance. Hikino comes out. There you go.
Another .4.
Keep running.
Keep running.
That was cool. Let's have a replay. I want to take another look at this one for T. Meister.
Yeah.
Deep. Pumps through. Traveling. Spit. Then comes out.
Way after the spit. That's a true testament of depth or deepness when you're in the barrel. Is if you come out after the spit, that qualifies as being freaking deep. Here we go, Mason Ho. And pumping down the line, a lot of speed, still going, and he comes out and chalks up another point for Keep Running. We'll see how those scores come in. Smaller waves, but very lengthy barrels.
On the replay, Mason, little 5-6 fish, gets the pump in off the bottom. Traveling, big section in front of him. You can see his silhouette inside the barrel and finds an exit. Wow.
Yeah, good job of controlling his body, keeping everything tight to the barrel. And on the outside, once again, Tori Meister, big section down the line and not much offering there. He'll punch through. And there's a point against Keep Running. But we'll keep score on that front because that's going to be the deciding factor to keep running or not. And whether or not these waves count for these surfers, they could be wiped away with an elimination of round 3.
Yeah.
But we're still going as we speak.
You know, the wind is starting to swirl a little bit.
It's definitely the swirly kind of day where, like we said, it can be blowing from one direction and then totally flip the script and come out of the other direction. So we're going to keep a close eye on it and provide updates when we get them to you guys watching on immersedtv.com and on explore.org/waves. Some good waves coming in right now, at least some big waves. We'll see what they look like as far as quality, but some of the bigger waves of the day coming in right now. That tide, like you said, Kaipo, making the turn, starting to come back in, and possibly a little bit of a pulse in the wave action. But with all of that comes this pretty stiff westerly wind that is not good for pipe.
Well, some big waves hitting the lineup, and our surfers are taking a look at that, making some decisions. And seems like that was not a likable wave for any of our surfers out here in this heat. 36 minutes counting down. The beach crowd. The flags. Evident, a little bit of an onshore flow right now. You can see with the flags which way they're blowing. On the paddle, this is going to be Kalani Chapman, and he decides wisely not to go. So there you go, a little bit of a wind showing up. And to the photographer goes the prize, doesn't it? So, still some barrels on offer outside in the ocean. If we want to... I know the beach is interesting, but there still might be some barrels on offer in the ocean. Or maybe not.
I tell you, there's action everywhere today.
Meanwhile, in the ocean...
Back at the ranch.
Meanwhile, out at Pipeline... There it is. I think we got a couple of waves coming through here. Might be some opportunities. A little bit of that onshore breeze starting to kick up. But swirling winds. So I'm hoping this isn't going to be a washout right now for round number 3. Our guinea pig heat out in the water. The Dahui Wax team all eyeing up the waves and conditions. We saw some great scores coming through early. An 8.27 for Mason Ho. And an 8.33 for Tori Meister. So a couple of scores in that excellent range still. On the paddle now. Taking a look at that. That was Mason. Eli Olsen. Kalani Chapman is still without... Oh, okay. Another shot of the beach as it's already pretty small from all the big swells that we've had this past week. So the beach size is shrinking. And that beach is going to continue to shrink this afternoon because we're going to go up to a high tide about 5:12. And at 5:12, it's going to be probably lapping up. There's that blue heeler, the Australian blue heeler. With a couple of people enjoying the beach. Really good dog, known to herd cattle. But back to the ocean. You like my little commentary on the dogs? I'm getting the director laughing at me. Hey, maybe I can work dog shows too.
Best in show.
Best in show.
Yep.
It's kind of weird what they do at those dog shows when they feel underneath the dog like that. That's kind of a strange thing.
is,
Like that's the thing. That's the thing.
It's one of quite a few things that I find odd.
It is
about those
odd,
dog
right?
shows.
Like what? How come you got to do that to the dog?
Yeah, the dog's like, whoa.
Whoa! You're already telling me to run around and
I'm
all
on
this.
stage in public here.
TMI.
Yeah. Do I know you? Back to the water. We do get sidetracked extremely easily. For your enjoyment or detriment, we're still figuring that out as we have
Somebody
falling
just.
wetsuits from the sky.
That was cool. Free wetsuit just fell off the third
I
floor.
almost snatched it.
Okay, Gavin caught the suit. He gets to keep it. New suit for Gavin Beshin. Hope it's your size. We're throwing away all kinds of stuff over here at the Volcom House. Rocky's going to be throwing some sun chips down a little bit later. Out in the lineup, with 31 minutes remaining, everyone's being really patient, all of our surfers. But again, we want to thank for all the supporters of this event. Kona Red, Mauliola, Kono's Restaurant in Haleiwa, Stordo Subs in Haleiwa, of course, Aloha Salad, our Hawaiian Water Patrol friends, all the volunteers from the Huio He'enalu,
Medical staff, Dr. Leland Dow and his crew.
from the Ka'enakai Clinic. Oh, see. Can't wait till they put that Herbert's lemonade on ice.
What is that?
It's good. It's lemonade. It's ono.
Like a hard lemonade?
No. Like normal.
Oh, regular.
Normal kind.
Boring then.
You gotta add your own ingredients for that one.
Ingredients.
All right. Well, the Makani is so far. The wind is cooperating. The sun, La, is still here, and we're enjoying the day here at Ehukai, also known as the Bonsai Pipeline.
Yeah.
Kind of curious how some people spell bonsai with an O. Some people spell bonsai with an A when I see it in social media.
The correct is with an A.
That's what I say, and I always trip out every.
B-A-N-Z-A-I.
That's why I always trip out when people spell it with an O. That's
Yeah.
like a little bonsai tree.
Yeah,
Bonsai.
Bonsai.
That's different.
It is quite different.
Bonsai is like kamikaze pilot. Like
Yeah.
you're crazy.
Attributing to the Japanese kamikazes.
And we see some kamikaze action happen out here a lot. And that's is that Gabe Villaran right there with the arm that he hurt in his first day, right?
Yeah.
So
So that was the reason he wasn't competing.
So Gabriel Villaran from Chile. Lower. Oh. Some of these signals are great. No, he is from Chile. I thought I was getting a signal from
Here
our
we
director
go.
that's lower towards the equator. Here we go. Nasty Nate in the barrel. Big opening.
Oh, frothy one. Looking down the beach at towards Ehukai Beach Park. Beautiful stretch of sand here. A lot of
Sun worshippers.
vitamin D collectors.
That's right. And that's what to do. When you're on vacation in Hawaii, you can collect that vitamin D, get that good tan. One thing you notice about Hawaiians, they stay in the shade. Here we go. Nate. See, he got through that first section. It opened up, but that thing just ran away for nasty Nate Florence. And now you can see a little bit of the crumble appearing.
Small kind crumbly wumbly.
Wumbly even.
That's when it's like a little bit crumbly.
Uh,
You see the texture affecting the curling lip ever so slightly. We'll see how much more it's affected through this next round. And one of our brave water photographers, that's Brent Bielman, getting greeted by the cattle dog. Brent's like, take me to your leaders. I saw them. Take me to your leaders. Brent Bielman, nephew of one of the legendary water photographers, Brian Bielman, putting surf photography on the map over the last few decades.
Yeah, that's right. And Brent turning into quite a photographer all on his own, scoring a couple of cover shots. Saw him with a little cameo on a iPhone commercial as well. Sounds like we're going to get some of our team captains together over in the competition area, probably discussing the conditions.
As Nate Florence, Nayflo, Nasty Nate, a couple of different nicknames for that brother right there. Just a quick in and out. And I think the team captains are going to assemble and discuss the conditions to probably see whether or not this is shootout quality. As we started the morning with picture-perfect conditions. Couldn't get much better than what it was this morning. But here on the North Shore in Hawaii, we know that not having trade winds is great in the morning, but it can also prove to be a detriment later in the day as the land heats up and pulls those breezes from the ocean into shore, creating a bit of an onshore crumble. So we'll see what's decided. This is Tori Meister. Late drop, traveling, and gets caught up in that one. So we've had a few that have been points against the keep running mindset.
Tally, yeah. We started the heat with points 4.
Yeah, quite a few. Yeah,
with a couple of nice barrels from
right
Mason
in a
Ho
row.
and Tori Meister, but now we're seeing points against.
And the fact that the team captains are meeting also indicates that they're seeing what we're seeing and would like to talk about it.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the conditions. Let's talk about this on the paddle. It looks like I think Mason Ho's going to take a dig at this. We're going to keep it with Nathan Florence. And Mason went right at backdoor on a mean one.
Looks like Nate Florence got caught up as well, so
more points against. Here, let's take a look at, see if the camera's stuck with Mason.
Oh, it was Eli and Mason.
Away. Hey.
Same team. It's like going for a rebound and knocking it away from your friend, your same team guy.
It happens.
But, you know, the indication of that wave right there is that if Mason wasn't going to make it,
no way it was Eli.
then Eli was in an even tougher position. So no harm there. Both surfers going down. Same team, airting. It's all good.
All right. So, as this guinea pig heat for round number 3 commences with 17 minutes and 40 seconds as we see Ikaika Kalama on the ski and Mason Ho getting a ride back out. But what was that?
Jerry Kaufman.
Was that what did Jerry say? What
He
language
said,
was that?
Interference. Mason on Eli.
Oh,
but I think he's.
How did you just?
I
like
think
that
he's
was
just
like
joshing.
barely English, bruh. And it wasn't pidgin.
I got acute
You can
sight and hearing.
You can speak Jerry. That was interesting. You really going to give an interference out here?
No, I think he was just
joking, huh? Only
just
joking.
playing around. Yeah, that's it's the spirit of the event. We're semi-serious, if you want to call it that. We are dead serious about surfing pipe and about getting good waves. But as far as all of the other formalities, besides the judging, which is a formality, everything else is quite candid.
Is that
And
EJ with that new haircut? Did you see that thing up
That's-
there,
that's
Rocky?
brother
Sorry to interrupt you, but look at the clipper work on that kid's head.
Yeah, man, that's some artwork
Brother,
right there.
that's like a $40 haircut.
There's more artwork
Meanwhile, vitamin D soaking in.
and some brain cancer talking on the cell phone.
Minimize your time with the phone to your head. Use the speaker as well as your earbuds
That bugger heats up.
as much as you can.
And beware of your fingertip cancer of texting too much.
No text.
That's a new one.
Don't text and drive. I see you guys on the road every single day, Lolo. Okay? I see. I swear, Rocky,
Hey,
I
some
see him.
can, some no can.
Looking like this and driving, like, brother, that's how you make an accident. And at minimum, you're going to make traffic.
Yeah.
So text when you're at a stop, drive.
Or pull over.
Yeah, pull over.
Oh,
Gas
that
on
is
the right.
some tribal
I
action.
told you, bro. That
EJ.
might be a $50 haircut right there. Look at the
Oh.
cubic zirconiums, too, in the ears. He's taking it to next level right there. Okay, so did we get the announcement? Oh, so we have a memorandum. So, what did I just hear? The next heat, if we don't have two excellent waves, we're going to
Suspend.
or stand by on our competition. That was from our beach announcer.
At least there's a clear black and white criteria of whether to keep running or not. And I like that we've brought it to that level.
But if the
Nasty
judges like go home early, they can just be stingy on the scores,
They can try.
right?
But no, they're here
No,
for the long haul.
They know it, yeah.
And
I want to get EJ up here with that haircut because he's just getting wasted in the judges panel. He needs some camera time with
Yeah.
the double cubic zirconiums and that wonderful clipper work
rocking the ice.
in a good way.
Oh, yeah. I guess that could be bad.
Not even once.
Not twice. Nate Florence, Nate Flo with a little pipe barrel. Not sure if that would be considered excellent, but we are going into the next heat to look for those two excellent scores.
Oh, Rocky made me laugh so hard the water came out of my nose. No more napkin up here. It's a disaster on the
Waiting to happen.
right out here on the balcony. Second story Volcom house again. Thank you, Volcom.
Watch out below.
Yeah, and thank you whoever's bedroom this was.
This is.
This is, yeah.
Yeah.
It will be a bedroom again later on today. Right now it's our broadcast studios.
Yeah. And it's a pretty cool place. I'm thinking of renting this out next year.
Oh, we're going to do a recap from heat number 6. Let's take a look at this. What do we
Yeah,
got?
we got some good waves came through. Jamie O'Brien had that 9.1.
There he is.
Started at back door with that pretty good score. That wave right there, so late, so deep.
Beauty.
Only a 6.83. I'm still confused.
Tom, not so much of a Grom Doslin out there, handedly handling backdoor as he always does.
Ulu Boy got a nice score in the 7-point range. And Sebastian Williams kept it up at backdoor. Jamie O'Brien finished with that rodeo.
That was cool.
Ezra Sit getting ready.
Baraez.
Be part of heat number 2. We'll see if he can be the excellent score clincher to keep this contest going, or suspend the event due to lack of conditions. We'll wait and see. But at least we know what the goal is.
2 excellent scores. We keep on going. If no more, that's it. That'll be it for the day.
What if the same guy gets the 2 excellent scores? That's not fair.
I think we go. But we're going to see. A little bit of paddle. And Kalani bailing out of that wave. Oh, mean one. Nate Florence. Pretty square barrel. Stalling for it. Inside. Spit. And he comes out. So there he goes. Another one in the column for Let's Keep On Running. Nasty Nate Florence. What's the new nickname? Nayflo. Nayflo on board. Can't wait to see what his brother John's going to do this next year in the World Championship Tour. But meanwhile, look at Nathan. Got a game of his own. He's been in great form all day today. Gonzo, where is he?
Yeah.
Spit. There he comes.
Great ride. Oh, watch out for the endo. But a cliff trying to
Is he throwing some roosts out there?
not go over the handlebars.
Oh. That was the best seat in the house right there.
Yeah, look at that. Just totally
Comfortable,
reclined. Soft
ergonomic.
sand, vitamin D.
Your body just fits right in there. There's our next surfer.
Macintosh. Team Quicksilver getting ready for the next heat.
One of the Hawaiian Superman. Zeke Lau. Talking it over. Are we hearing some of this beautiful ocean sound in the background right now, or is it just us? You can't really hear the ocean sound? Oh, man, I wish we had our ocean mic going so that way we could, really feel it. Here we go. Mason Ho pulling in ambiance. Maybe I can try give you guys a taste of it on my own. All right, well, I was trying to give you guys a little bit of a vibe out here. Couldn't pick up the ocean sound. Here we go. Eli Olsen in the barrel, back door, traveling through. It spits. He almost had a way out of there. I saw the nose of his board, but just got caught up. Here we got the next guys going out, so it looks like all the Quicksilver boys going to be jumping out there.
Yep, Team Quick.
Team Quicksilver. Thank you, Quicksilver, for supporting the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Yeah, look at all those stylish board shots.
The shots are getting shorter.
Going back to the old style.
Let's not go all the way back.
Let's not go all the way back.
We can go midway back, but not
above the knee back.
Above the knee back is cool, but all the way back, I lived through that first era, and woo, that was a tough one.
Be tough to go back to.
Yeah.
Especially for a lot of the guys who've been wearing long shorts for a long time.
Yeah.
You got to go work it out in a private place.
Well, when you get those short shorts, you got to watch out how you sit on the beach.
By kinakain, spak taco.
Well, here's the conditions. I mean, we still got swell on tap. I think we got a reinforcement coming. We're taking a look at this potential onshore wind or semi-onshore wind. I guess it's not a potential. It's here, but it's just semi.
Yeah, kind of a side onshore, not that strong. Obviously not affecting the wave of Nathan Florence. Some of these waves are going to be so hollow, but like that wave right there was severely affected. But there's some waves that are just so hollow
It don't matter.
that it does not going to matter how hard it's blowing onshore. They're going to barrel. As we see Eli Olsen going
Superman.
for a boost. Superman air.
Nasty.
And another sick late one for Naflo.
What's with this kid, man? He's just been on fire all day.
He's just got the right positioning for the right waves and virtual wave magnet right now.
All day long, Nathan Florence, and really impressive with his surfing out here and his wave selection.
We'll see what happens with a higher tide mixing with a little bit of wind and how that plays into the conditions. But Nate Florence, he's like, what onshore winds? What are you guys talking about?
So what do you think right now? I mean, there's not a severe bank on the beach right now, but the higher tide, what's going to happen out here, Rocky?
Well, it's going to, lessen the chance of those waves that break really hollow and bottom out, which is what we would need if we're going to have some winds blowing. We'd like to have those. And we could see a little bit of increase in the backwash, too, as the waves surge higher up the beach and then have that much more energy heading back out. Still quite early, only 1 o'clock, the high tide, not for another 4 hours or so. So we might not see that much effect in the near future. But I think going through the day, it's going to be playing somewhat of a factor.
Yeah, and so here we are, Kuiper Girl along with Rocky Cannon, day number 2 of the Dahui Backdoor Shootout. We got through 2 rounds so far at the Dahui Backdoor Shootout. We're into round 3, and we're just feeling it out, aren't we, Rocky, to see what's going to happen with some of these winds and the conditions that we currently have.
Well, we got the official call from the team captains that they're going to use heat number 2 of round 3 to measure the decision whether to keep going or to stop. They need to see at least 2 excellent scores. That means 8 points and above to be considered running the rest of the day, or at least maybe waves that had that potential. If somebody gets two guys get a 7.5 and a 7.63, maybe those waves had the potential, but their positioning wasn't optimal.
Right.
So
at least the wave was there.
The wave was there. So
right.
They're going to be looking at that criteria in heat number 2 to make a decision. And we should also soon be having at least an idea of who is doing what as far as the combination of scores.
You know what? I would like that. Let me
to
request
round
that.
2.
Let me request that. Let's get an update on the sheet on what's going on so far with the scores from the first 2 rounds. And on that same note, we had a shot of Gabriel Villaran on the beach here, injured on day number 1 at the Dahui Backdoor Shootout. I said Chile. I like to get my facts straight. I got to correct myself right there. He's actually from Peru.
Okay.
Which I knew.
Right.
I don't know why I got Chile in my head. Maybe because it's a little bit anu right here at the moment with the wind.
Small kind chili.
Chile. Cold.
Or hot like a
Anu.
chili pepper.
But Gabriel Villaran from Peru, great surfing nation. And looking forward to, gosh, we got a hot crew of Peruvians coming up right now. With Cristobal de Cole, comes to mind.
Miguel
Tudela, who hopefully we'll see here for the Vulcan Pipe event.
Yep.
So great surfing nation. And
we had a few that broke through during the HIC Pro, which was really cool to watch.
Yeah. And they've been surfing there for a long time in Peru, actually. That's where some of the early world championships were run. So that's one of the older surfing nations, actually, when we talk about Peru. All right, so we're going to get our update, and we can update you, the viewer. Thank you for joining us on this broadcast of the Dahui Backdoor Shootout. And here's Eli Olsen stalling. That's a nice barrel for Eli, and then he gets caught up there.
Yeah, that wave got really frothy on the inside and hard to keep your rail set. The fins kind of have a tough time staying in the wave, and then when the lip doesn't cooperate and kind of breaks halfway down, it can be very difficult to make a barrel on that type of wave.
Been seeing a few photos and clips of Eli and his whole crew, which would be his friends, Cora Rothman, Nathan Florence, John Florence, and those guys. When we had those extra large swells, they surf some of these outer reefs out here, which is really impressive on what those guys do, you know. Here's another look at it.
There's so many waves. As you see, Eli not able to punch through that one, but there's so many waves up and down the coast. When it gets big, these outer reefs start working. They're hard to see from the beach, so they stay relatively uncrowded. When the winds are variable and calm, it just opens up the playbook even more up and down the coast. And, when you're planning your surf windows and your surf schedule, looking at the updated forecast that we have, there's a really, really good way to find those quality surf times. It's not how much you surf, it's the times and your selection of days and times you surf. So the quality of waves that you can get is so much more possible with forecasting and with the knowledge of all the breaks on the North Shore.
Planning ahead equipment. We've seen water safety get better.
Yeah.
Gosh, in big waves now, we see all of the inflatables come into play now to increase the safety.
Yep. The vests that you're wearing that, any type of buoyancy, if you get, somehow knocked unconscious, is going to be a life-saving situation for you.
And on that same note, speedy recovery to GMAC. Garrett McNamara took that horrible wipeout at Mavericks.
One of the worst, I think, I've seen.
That was nuts. He skipped like 20 feet on top of the water, body to the water, skipped like a skipping stone. That was crazy. But we know GMAC, he's tough as nails, so speedy recovery to Garrett McNamara. And, wow, incredible charging as well. So this is going to be the end of this heat, and then we're going to start heat number 2, which is going to be our real test heat.
Yeah, this is the legitimate, actual test heat to find 2 excellent waves as the measuring bar to see if we're going to continue into heat 3 or we're going to wait for better conditions. We have 3 days left in the waiting period. There's a big late drop from Cora Rothman on his backhanded backdoor. Couldn't make it out of that one, but it had a really good exit point had he been able to set the rail.
Here's a replay. Cora just dropping out of the sky. They're pulling under the lip and just kind of getting gobbled up by that backdoor beast.
Last heat right here coming in is Kalani Chapman. So what if the guy from the last heat got an excellent wave, but it didn't count? I'm just having fun with the scenarios.
All kinds. Here we go. Zeke Lau. Well, he's going to make it hard to call the event off when Zeke Lau gets waves like this. Oh, watch the ankle. Watch the ankle. You already got the barrel. Jeez. That was beautiful. That was a technical barrel ride by Ezekiel Lau. Got through a second section.
Little, some foam on the face on that one, but he did a good job setting his line, really pumping quickly down the face, and got
that
through
second
a couple of sections. Yeah.
Comes out. There you go.
Little layback special.
That could be an argument in the keep running camp.
That could be. We're going to keep our tallies up here. So there's one, could be potentially 4.
But speaking of McCunny, I'm feeling a little bit more presence right about now. So a little bit more wind.
A little more tide, so more water going to fill in over the reef, which could be a factor. Coupled with the wind, normally one or the other might not be a factor, but them together could...
Air.
Ooh. Watch those ankles. tailbone, everything on that one.
Ankle, knee.
That's the one point where you're glad that you missed the board.
Yeah. There. Look at it. This like is almost like the man of the
Flo.
day. Nasty Nate Florence
Just
had a great day out here.
sliding into the best waves in both heats.
Yeah.
Really putting on a good show. Cole Rothman and a pipeline not going to offer anything. That one is severely affected by the wind. So there would be a tally mark against. Here's backdoor. And Zeke Lau once again. That one had a funky wobble to it. And Sebastian Williams.
Well, that could be a foreshadowing right now when kids are going for airs rather than barrels. We'll see. We got refresh the clock. Boom. Oh. Technology. We got 39 minutes remaining. Maybe there are 45-minute heats. That may be the case. Okay, this is a time right now, in between waves, that we're just going to let everyone marinate, contemplate, concentrate,
Go get a cup of coffee.
get a cup of coffee, cruise them.
Get some actual work done. If you're in your office, pull
Yeah.
up your work screen and
We'll let you know when there's a ride.
keep listening.
That's us. That's Rocky. That's the back of my head.
It's weird. It's like looking at yourself. I don't know. Like, you know how people say like you're watching your body do things, like your out of body experience.
Yeah. That was a little out-of-body experience. Oh, this has nothing to do with...
Somebody just got an
What
out of body experience and in a bad way.
somebody went...
Unloaded on the reef right there. Looked like Ezra Sit. He was just hanging on that lip, and the drop so steep here at Pipe that nothing can really prepare you for it other than paddling out here and experiencing some of them yourself.
We got our warning flags as well as Water Patrol ski number 2. Here comes Ez.
Kaiko with the pickup.
On the peak, looks like we're going to have a little lookie from Sebastian Williams and a no-go.
A lot more texture on the ocean right now as compared to even 30 minutes ago.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I was going to say, Rocky, it doesn't have to do anything to do with Hawaiiana, doesn't have anything to do with surfing. But, gosh, I want to have a rest in peace to David Bowie, who passed away just a couple days ago. And, gosh, I think his music's just affected multi-generations there.
Yeah.
And as you're talking about the out-of-body experience, if you have a chance, you got to check out his last video that he did on his last album, Lazarus, which actually is almost a foretelling of him acknowledging his own mortality.
Wow.
Which I think, again, this guy went out in like a brilliant fashion because he was such a brilliant artist.
Yeah.
So that's my
Great shout out.
That's my musical 2 cents for today.
Okay.
Back to the action at hand.
Yeah. Some other musical 2 cents we'll get into on day number 3.
That's right. Back to the action at hand. Everybody's sitting and waiting for a good wave. And they have 35 minutes in which to find 2 excellent scores.
Well, I have a feeling in the next 35 minutes, we could either be seeing the heat play out all the way through, or we could see a possible suspension in competition partway through. If we don't see at least some sort of potential for an excellent score. Right now the wave from Ezekiel Lau would be the only potential we've seen so far.
Ooh, and it's so close to
was
that
a
excellent score.
783, one of those that I think he manufactured, that 783. So I don't think that would be one that you could call excellent in the way of the wave providing anything. It was his surfing that really got the scale up there.
Yep.
Nonetheless, it was right below an excellent score. But had it been a huge gaper that he was just kind of in the pit line of, and the wave had potential. Smaller wave, right along the reef, a little bit foamy. He did very good by staying super deep on it and making it through those sections. But one of those that I think he did more work for that score than the wave provided for him.
I concur.
You what?
But using
Are
vocabulary.
you trying to conquer me right now?
No, concur.
Oh, concur.
I agree.
I thought you meant CONQUER and you're pronouncing it in a fancy way.
Did I?
I would like to concur you.
I don't know. you know.
No, I just kidding.
Well, hey, look. Every time when you say stuff with an English accent, like, oh yeah, what would be an example? I concur. Very well, Rocky. You kind of sound smarter for some reason. There's that Mason Ho. Let's see the bottom of that board. I wish I had the beach speaker now so I can get a real look at what's going on right there. Those are old-fashioned kind of belly channels, like those old current boards.
Yep, but then threw in the quad fin just to spice it up a little bit.
Well. Why is it? So a little bit of the beach crowd. I'm amazed on why we have something plugged in and it's still showing 5%. Scores so far highest in his heats, that's 783 from Ezekiel Lau. 32 minutes counting down. People are still enjoying the beach today, and a little bit of the sea breeze is probably welcome to keep you nice and cool.
Yeah. Seeing that ocean conditions are not inviting for too much recreational swimming. A lot of strong currents still. And some high surf still breaking out there, but the breeze definitely feels nice.
Any kind of info is good info. Heat recap. Let's have a heat recap. Why wouldn't we have a heat recap? Let's recap this heat.
Let's check out Heat 1
Heat
of
1.
Round 2. Dahui Wax.
Heat 7.
So close out there. Close out for Eli, but Nayflo.
Watch out.
Nathan Florence, Nasty Nate, feeling all the good vibes in that heat. The Superman attempt from Eli almost completed, but Nate looks like he's surfing on a different day from the rest of these guys.
That's pretty cool. I mean, he's definitely has the rhythm of this wave, and
Yeah,
especially
he's
today, really showing his stuff.
Harmonious with the ocean vibes.
Harmonious. I love it. Keep the vocabulary coming, Cannon. And you thought we just knew small
A
words.
surfer and a scholar.
There's a second generation, Wakita, Taichi Wakita.
Well,
I'm
Kita
telling you,
Junior.
that kid is he's a good surfer, man. He's got a bright future.
Yeah, his sister, Sarah Wakita, also quite talented as well. So that surfing skill making its way through the next generation. Their mom also.
The whole
she
family
gets
surfs good, huh?
Such good waves at VLAN.
Isn't that crazy when you're like, Mom, you dropped in on me?
Yeah, that was my wave. Little.
Family surfs must be fun with all
Yeah.
the Wakitas.
Family surf trip.
And it's two goofy
Lot of
foots,
good
two
fun.
regular foots, too, right?
Yep.
The girls are regular foot,
Girls are
and
regular,
the
boys
boys
are
are
goofy.
goofy foot. That's so
mean,
cool.
Girls are normal, boys are goofy. Sounds
Yeah.
right about on par for life.
Yeah. Goofy foot, we can call it a screw foot. You can call it left stance. I don't know what other. There anything else?
If you're Bird Mahilona, you call them left stance.
Left. I remember.
Oh,
as a-
man, see that guy? Who that guy out there? He
I-
pretty good surfer, left stance.
I remember that was like West Side vernacular for me growing up. There was right stance and left stance. And that's funny that
And
you
they,
brought
would, they,
up.
would, they would use that literally to describe somebody who was surfing good out there who was one of those stances. And
Yeah.
they would be asking, who that guy?
Left stance.
Left stance with the blue shots.
On the paddle, this is Sebastian Williams. And no opportunity there, but shouts out to Bird Mahilona, or one of the, talk about pipeline, one of the original kind of grab rail regular footers on pipe lefts.
Yeah.
Big wave coming through here. But just going to miss the peak at pipe, so it's not going to come into your view. Maybe. But, yeah. Ooh.
Oh, man. That was a big wave with a lot of juice and not much room at the bottom of that breaking wave. We'll keep an eye. Cole Rothman just gets swallowed in the trough right there. Looks like he might have hit a little bit of a chop too.
Well, again, we want to thank everybody in the support of this Dahui Backdoor Shootout. Again, Dahui. Also, Kono's Restaurant in Haleiwa. Aloha Salads.
Yep.
Storo Subs.
All of our great surf teams that are participating. Starting with Quicksilver,
Yep. And Hurley.
Volcom,
And Ruka.
North Shore Surf Shop.
And Dahui Wax.
Those are our 7 teams, kind of sharing a team is the Hui Wax. They all surfed together in Heat 1 of Round 3. Sebastian Williams on a smaller backdoor wave has to plunge off the board through the back. Also mahalo to the Mauliola Foundation, doing a great deal of good through Ambry Genetics and the treating of cystic fibrosis. Mahalo to Mauliola Foundation. Also Hawaiian Water Patrol, the Ka'enakai Clinic, Dr. Leland Dow, all of our Dahui, Ohe'enalu club members, security and parking enforcement, mahalo. So we see Ezra sit. He finds a barrel and gonna be just too far deep on that one.
Get your tan on. If you can't get your surf on, get your tan on.
They're talking out in the lineup. Replay of Ezra in the barrel.
You know, he thought he had a chance right there, and then it just runs away down the line. Oh, Titanic, take it easy.
That's funny.
There's the beachgoers we're talking about that are
Yeah.
able to enjoy this kind of day close to shore.
Only up to your waist.
Up, yep, waist and below. Once it gets up into your armpits, you're gonna be struggling. But fun, you know, that you can jump on a boogie board and ride those waves at the beach. You know, for folks that don't get to play in the ocean all the time, it's a thrill.
Yeah. There we go. With shot of Takayuki Wakita paddling out. What a hardcore surfer. He's going out regardless.
Yeah, he's ready to go no matter what the
He's
conditions.
like, you know, there might be one good one, and for some reason I feel like it's not going to be crowded this afternoon.
Yeah, and when that one comes, he'll get the shot and extend his career for a few more years in Japan. That guy is total rock star status.
Yeah. Daijobu.
Daijobu. Height.
Hai.
So.
Kalakoa.
Right, that's when you get two different slippers, huh? Kalakoa. Oh.
I just threw it out there. I think there's many colors, all kind of colors.
Yeah,
Kalakoa.
yeah.
We're gonna bring back some old school pigeon, maybe.
Yeah, some pigeon I still like to use.
Like what?
It's not a Hawaiian word because there's no B's in the Hawaiian language, but Bombay.
Bombay.
Some people spell it B-U-M-B-Y-E like goodbye, but I believe it would be A-I. B-U-M-B-A-I.
Bombay.
Bombay.
That means not now, but later.
Also, yep, means later. Also can mean or else. No, you know, get off the railing, Bombay, fall down.
Yeah.
Or other terms, meaning or else.
What about the old school, like Chansum?
Chansum. It's being revived by Flynn Novak.
Oh yeah, that's
and
right.
Justin
Huh?
Lambert
They're bringing
and the
back.
Chansum
Whoa,
boys.
he chanced on the
Oh.
front side. Air Revo.
Zeke Lau.
Zeke Lau chancing the ankle.
Don't take too much chances on the ankle.
But you got a tour coming up.
Yeah, this is the
Never
shootout.
mind. Bombay, you're gonna need ice. Oh, that's it. That's the horn right there, huh? But that was kind of like not an aggressive like end of the day. That was kind of like okay, enough.
So we are on hold. Just getting a little peekaboo from Kaimana Henry around the corner saying, hey, what's going on with the Chihans? Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody was feeling horny up there. Decided to give him a blast of three horns.
Whoa. And as more information continues to flood us here in the broadcast booth, also known as the balcony of the second floor of the Volcom House. What do we got there, Rocky?
Oh, we got a couple of Facebook
Saying any
chiming
kind.
in. So, actually on YouTube.
Oh, YouTube. I
On
like it.
YouTube, yeah.
Hey, thank you, YouTube, for all the good comments. Keep them coming.
Yeah.
We mahalo you guys.
We can read these,
Yeah,
or most of them anyway.
I like them.
But
Derek.
lots of appreciation for our format here
Talking bubbles.
at the shootout,
I guess people like bubbles. And we are happily
providing the bubbles.
providing any kind of any kind of conversations. Shoot, we'll keep on talking even if the contest is off. If you guys want to keep on watching, we got all kinds of
we got a
stories,
web radio
We got-
station right here.
many jokes, some funny stuff,
Many issues to discuss.
all kinds of issues, social,
Protect
economically,
Mauna
personality. Talk about
Don't text and drive. Don't drink and text. All of those kinds of fun
that's
things.
right. Don't drink and text.
Oh man,
Watch your ankle.
I got a TUI last week.
Texting under the influence.
Oh, it was
But
terrible.
Oh my goodness. What, you was telling some of your brothers you love? I love you, bro. You the me. You unreal. You look out for me all the time.
You know, and these smartphones, they keep everybody's names and numbers from like years back. Where like, you know, me and this Wahine is power in it. A long time. And my phone will just sneak her an email.
That is funny.
So
you know why? The phones are getting too smart right now.
Bruh.
We gotta dummy on down the phones, man. I'm telling you. Rocky's gonna look rugged with his shades right now. I kind of grab mine. It's in the back.
We've had a fun time though for day number 2. We are on standby. The feeling is that this wind is not going to stop. It's here to stay through the rest of the day. I know our contest officials and team captains have opted to put it on hold to check the conditions, but Kaipo, we can feel it coming on stronger even in the last few seconds as we speak, coming on stronger. So looks like we're going to look for another day of competition, possibly tomorrow morning, maybe even into later in the waiting period till Friday. And I even saw a text out there from one of our directors that Saturday is an option. So we'll see if what we get over the next couple days, Kaipo.
Yeah, and we'll wait for the official call before I guess we do our official sign off. I think you might have some information on your ultra smartphone. I love people right next door to us on the balconies passing boards down through the balconies right here at the Volcom House. What kind of incredible information do you have there, Rocky?
Just some information that we do have.
Okay, I like it.
YouTube.
Let's go see some of your YouTube people. Stick around. We have a beautiful afternoon here on the North Shore of Oahu.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day regardless.
All part of the Hawaiian chain. We're in the middle of the Pacific over here. We are a state, the 50th state. So, you know, a lot of the comments that Rocky and I make, we're not anti-America at all. We are just pro-Hawaiian. How's that?
Very well said.
Thank you.
Well put.
So
you see the flags right there on your screen. Pretty stiff onshore breezes now that have filled in and have gotten exponentially stronger over the last 10 minutes. Thus, the suspension of this round 3. Still getting official word whether the previous waves of round 3 are going to count or not. My gut feeling is that they're not going to count.
Yeah.
Because you want everybody having the same day of competition, same opportunities provided for each surfer.
Well, there's a sign right there, gang. That's both
Pauhana.
skis are on the beach, and there we got some of our Hawaiian Water Patrol, Clifton Botello. We got Kavika, David, Kalakaua, Foster.
Yeah, we got 2 captains right there. Captain Kyle, Captain Cliff, Baraikaika, and Sister Vela helping out down there, Ho'opili.
Kyoki Photo, he's coming in out of the water, too. That's one of our great water photographer. I think he just got a cover of a surfing magazine, surfer magazine, something like that.
Yeah, Kyok's doing a good job.
He's coming up in the ranks of photography for sure, surf photography. And Riddler's coming over the thing right now, and we haven't had the official word, Riddler.
We
Dave
got
Riddle.
the 3 horns, but not the official word. But
we're waiting for that.
by the looks of it, I would say
Rocky
we're pretty done.
Rocky and I are just enjoying our own YouTube channel right now. If you'd like to join in on us, Dave, and you can come over here and
sneak around the railing.
Sneak around the
Come through
railing.
door.
We'll interview you. There's Ikaika Kalama.
Spectating.
Checking, make sure everybody's safe on the beach too.
Yeah. Protection.
Zach Noyle talking story with Koa Rothman, one of our premier water photographers here on the North Shore. Koa, always talking story. I think Zach's got a bunch of extremely memorable photos of Koa throughout the last few winters as we've seen that young man really come into his own. That's our headquarters right there on the screen. The Volcom House. It used to be the Lopez House. Used to be the Lightning Bolt House. And Rocky, watch. See, I told you the camera was going to come on. That's what I was saying. Rocky, the Kaipa girl for Rocky Cannon. Again, we're enjoying the afternoon over here. Do we have the official word yet, Rocky? If we're going to keep on
haven't heard
going?
any official word, but I would say by looking at what we're being offered here as far as conditions that It's going to be a suspension for the rest of the day.
I can bust a freestyle if anyone would like.
And we would not like that.
I'm going to do my freestyle. One day, if we have another chance, please. All I need is my 30 seconds. This is like coming
Okay.
at you. But I'm going to let it go.
How's this for oxymoron? A planned freestyle.
No, I can't plan
A
the
scripted freestyle.
I just the opportunity. Oh, we're on the 30? Okay, so check this out. We're on a 30-minute hold.
All right. Well, looks like we'll be checking back with you guys in approximately 30 minutes
Okay.
with an update.
So stick around. Actually, it's 1:30 Hawaii time right now. Check back in
HST.
30 minutes.
But 2 o'clock we should know.
2 o'clock, at the 2 o'clock hour, Hawaii Standard Time, we will be making a call whether we continue on with the Hui Backdoor Shootout.
Aloha till it's over.
That's right.
like a heat sheet or something? Maybe? Yeah.
have a trash can in there?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I needed to put on my shades so I look rugged like Rocky. I'm putting the chain.
Pull out the chain.
Get him, Rock.
Okay. So the call is official for day number 2 of the Dahui backdoor shootout in memory of Duke Kahanamoku. We are going to suspend competition for the rest of today, Kaipo, and check back in tomorrow morning.
Yeah, check back in tomorrow morning. We still should have some swell. We'll see if that glassy conditions return in the AM. Thank you for watching today. For Kaipo Girl and
Rocky Cannon,
Ahui Ho.
mahalo and aloha.